Labą dieną. O, per garsiai padariau. Labą dieną. Labą dieną, labą dieną. Ai, nu jeigu. Ne, jisai įjungtas ten uždėlsimas. Girdi mane, jo? Ten 60 sekundžių. Mhm. Šnekės arba nešnekės. to severny.
Dear participants and guests, welcome to the conference. We welcome everybody who is interested in accounting, auditing and analysis of scientific developments and other issues. In recent decades, the economic process taking place in the world affected the accounting, auditing, analysis and development. Recent events in global and national economic life revealed the necessity to evaluate the theory and practical application of accounting, analysis, and auditing under the existing conditions and search for new ways how to meet the growing expectation of financial information users. Globalization and rapid development of techniques, technology, prompt changes in political and economic environment make a great impact on production and trade all over the world. Inflation and competition overstepping markets of different countries and geographical borders compel the producers to the greater risk to make rapid decisions and change them if it is necessary. Every day, different level managers have to solve many problems connected with resources which are important for maintenance of economic activity, productions, sale, receiving credits, application of refunds, investments, etc. Therefore, whether the decision made are right and effective depend on the timely information which is accessible and on its reliability. Moreover, it increased the demand for diverse information and its quality. In today's market, strong are the companies and enterprises which opportunely found out about changes and reacted to them effectively. I hope we find the answers to all questions presented to us in our professional life during this conference. We are happy to see well-known scientists and practitioners in our conference. The scientists who participate in our conference come from Latvia, Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, and of course from Lithuania. We are happy to see Professor Inga Bumane and Ruta Snaidere from University of Latvia, and Professor Iveta Mėtulė, Aliona Klodana, and Ilveta Arbidane from Rezeknes Augstskola, Latvia. Very welcome is Dr. Justina Zabava from Poland, Wrocław University of Economics. It is a great pleasure to see our guests from Ukraine, Professor Oksana Chumak and Dr. Ilya Savchenko from Kharkov Institute of Finance. We are saying very warm welcome to our guests and colleagues from Belarus and Russia. We are happy to see Professor Sergei Korotayev and PhD student Andrei Nemirovich from State University of Belarus, a delegation of scientists from Polotsk State University, Dr. Elena Maley, Dr. Lyudmila Masko, Dr. Marina Primakova, Dr. Natalia Kodikova, lecturers Nadia Bareika and Igor Mitsyuk. It is a great honor to see our colleagues and friends from St. Petersburg State Agrarian University, Professor Svetlana Bychkova, Dr. Ekaterina Zyuga from St. Petersburg State University. I also say thank you to our scientists from Lithuania and our university. Dear colleagues, people say that science without practice is deaf and practice without science is blind. Therefore, we are happy to see our partners who try to comply science and practice. The head of Authority of Audit and Accounting, Dr. Audrius Linartas, the head of auditing company Ernst Young, Jonas Akelis, the head of accounting methodology of Ministry of Finance, Ingrida Mutskutė, president of Lithuanian Chamber of Auditors, Saulius Lopšinskas, the head of the Lithuanian Chamber of Auditors, Rasa Pajaulytė, a representative from National Audit Office of Lithuania, came here today to participate in our conference. Finally, I would like to thank the Dean of our faculty and the Chairman of the Scientific Committee of Conference, Professor Jonas Martinavičius, for assistance and support in organizing this conference. And now I give the floor to Professor Jonas Martinavičius. Thank you.
Good morning, all of you, dear guests from different countries, our colleagues from institutions from Lithuania. I would like to enjoy this good professional company and begin from the question why we are here, why you are here. And I think that maybe not because you have good friends here, Professor Mackevičius, Professor Lakis, which are very active in keeping relations, different relations with our colleagues from different universities, from Russia, from Ukraine, from Belarus, from other countries. And maybe not because you are here that today is very good, nice weather in Lithuania, golden October, but I think that there are other reasons, and these reasons could be named because you have an idea all the time, a dream, and this dream, like infection, is inside you, and all the time, infected by this idea, you are seeking to cover some new interesting facts, to background your ideas, to investigate, and all the time you doing a lot of things. You are involved in very, very different things. You have no time, but you are such. And of course, you began all the time from some questions. After you try to do some investigation, to answer questions, and in many cases, in most cases, you fail. But this is normal scientific life. And as Archimedes told that in many cases you should fail and you have only one way to have good result, positive result, and solve the problem. I think that after this conference, you will find some maybe solutions of your problems, of your tasks, and maybe you will, like they named Archimedes, maybe you will run along the streets naked, shouting that you have some invention, Eureka, I find answer to the questions. But of course, maybe in Lithuania you shouldn't do such a thing because they are a bit cold. I enjoy your company. I am very proud to be with you. From very good investigators, perfect colleagues from countries which were named by my colleague Vaclavas Lakis, but I repeat that there are presentations and reports from countries Belarus, Russia, Ukraine, Latvia, Moldova, Poland too, and from institutions from Lithuania, from our authority of audit and accounting, National Audit Office, Ernst & Young, and other practitioners, which are a good synthesis, as said in the title of the conference, good mixture of science, studies, and business. All your reports are actual. For example, I could name part of them: recent issues and challenges in setting of national accounting standards in Lithuania. Mr. Akelis will present these challenges. Future of audit in the European Union. I'm sorry. International financial reporting standards in Belarus, critical views of a new accounting policy in Latvia, and other very important and very actual subjects which we will discuss. So, and then in closing of my short presentation of my report, I hope that the conference will be very productive. You will have, and I wish that you will have hot discussions, a perfect conference, and receive good results. Success to your conference and all of you. Thank you.
The next people who will have their say are moderators of our conference, Professor Jonas Mackevičius and Professor Svetlana Bachkeva. Please.
Honorable participants of our conference, dear guests and colleagues, I would like to express sincere thanks for your visit to our conference and especially our session. I wish you to spend great time full of knowledge, new ideas, and interesting reports, and also to improve accounting science. I would like to say thank you for Professor Svetlana Bychkova from St. Petersburg, who will assist me in this session. Excuse me, she will be main moderator. I will assist her. To begin our conference, I would like to invite the first participant, Dr. Audrius Linartas, the director of the Lithuanian Authority of Audit and Accounting. Please, you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's really a pleasure to be here. It's the second conference on audit, accounting, and analysis I'm participating. The first one was 3 years ago, I think, and I still remember that that conference was really interesting and increased many new thoughts, at least in me, and actually I think for many of you that was like a good source of new ideas, of scientific ideas, and therefore I'm really pleased to be here and to be invited to present the recent issues and challenges for national accounting standards, so-called business accounting standards in Lithuania. And I wish to send sincere congratulations for the dean of the faculty and for the head of department, for former heads of the department, and for recent heads, because actually I see that you have the nice jubileum, this 70 years anniversary of accounting and audit department, and as the head of Audit and Accounting Authority, for me it's really a pleasure to congratulate you for this anniversary. As about my presentation, I wish to start with the presentation, the general view on the national accounting standards. Some of you, I'm sure, know quite well this accounting standards because they are in Lithuania already for more than 12 years. And these national accounting standards nowadays are developed by my authorities, by Audit and Accounting Authority, and are based on two things. First of all, the European Union Accounting Directive, because this accounting standards are implementing this the main notions of accounting directive, but also we are looking at IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards, and trying to develop our national standards according to the international practice, to the best practice in accounting, which is developed in the international level. These standards are focused on profit-seeking undertakings in Lithuania, so not the whole undertakings, not the public sector, but the profit-seeking undertakings in Lithuania, and actually we are always having the different standards together with our national accounting standards, because the IFRS standards are also allowed to be used for the majority of the undertakings in Lithuania. So actually we are competing with these standards, you could say, because the undertakings are free to choose these standards or IFRS standards. And I'm really pleased, if you let me to say that at least according to my data, despite this freedom, 98% of undertakings are still choosing national accounting standards as the best standards for them. And these standards are very similar to the IFRS, are based on principles. Actually, that's not the rules, the strict rules. And some of the principles are developed further in methodical recommendations, but standards as legal acts are principle-based. And as I said, the majority of undertakings you have the freedom to choose from national standards and IFRS standards, but some of them are not. And here you see the picture of some of the special undertakings. I'm calling them special undertakings, but actually that's the majority of them are listed undertakings and financial firms. So the listed entities and commercial banks, investment management companies, financial brokerage firms actually shall present the financial statements according to IFRS requirements, so not national accounting standards. They don't have such a lack of freedom, but some of the different special undertakings like insurance companies, pension funds, UCITS, I mean the so-called investment funds, or companies of variable investment capital. The credit unions still shall present the financial statements according to the national accounting standards, so, as I said, business accounting standards. And here you see the picture, at least at the moment. Today we are having the draft law of financial reporting who will change this picture. So after this year, the freedom will be looking a little bit differently. So insurance companies will be forced to apply IFRS standards. So from next year's insurance companies are starting to present financial statements according to IFRS requirements. And that's really a challenge for them because you know that actually the IFRS 4 for insurance contracts are still developed, and actually it will be not in force, I think, at least 3 or 4 years from now. So actual insurance companies will be having just the general requirements, not the special requirements for them. But that's the decision of central bank, and actually we'll be having that from next year. But there are some different developments, like listed entities who present separate financial statements, possibly from the next year will be having more freedom and will be allowed to use national accounting standards or IFRS standards for them. That's like more freedom for them. The same for alternative investment funds. They will be having such a freedom also. And also for the majority of UCITS, investment firms and companies of variable investment capital. But for local pension funds and for credit unions, the NAS, the National Accounting Standards, will be still the only one chose. They will be applying national standards according to our developed rules. What main changes were in the last years? The main changes were related with accounting directive And here you see that the so-called the 4th and 7th accounting directive from the year 78 and 83 was merged together in the new accounting directive, which is still not in force, but actually will be in force from next year. And our main job this year, together with the Ministry of Finance, was to develop and to implement this accounting directive in our national requirements. First of all, a law on financial statements and financial reporting, and later actually in the business accounting standards, national accounting standards in our country. This directive was a little bit developed last year, because we have the addition, so-called the new directive from 2018 on the disclosure of non-financial diversity information, and I will be covering this a little bit later. And here you see the picture how many national accounting standards we have in Lithuania. So that's like a puzzle. You see that there are quite a lot of them. And now I will present how many we have changed this year according to the accounting directive requirements, and how big this change is. You see that actually the majority of them and the main actually accounting standards were changed. And due to some developments, like development that financial brokerage firms now applying IFRS standards, the standard 33 was actually cancelled, and also the standard 30 on the related parties was also will be not enforced from next year, as we have implemented the requirement of accounting directive that related parties definition will be used from IFRS standards, not from the national accounting standards as it was till now. So, and the accounting directive for us presents actually the requirement to define 5 categories of undertakings. So, you know, I'm quite sure that this categories are the micro undertakings, small undertakings, medium-sized, large, and public interest entities. And that actually changed a lot the picture in Lithuania, because till now actually we had only quite simple rules that for some of the smallest undertakings who has the balance sheet less than 1.8 million euros and net turnover of 2.9 million euros, there were some more simplified rules, like less burdensome disclosure requirements, and also like the possibility to choose the so-called condensed or abridged, if you wish, balance sheet and income statement. And for all others, actually, there was the full package of requirements, including the requirement to, for the majority of them, requirement to present the statement of changes in the equity, the cash flow statement, also the requirement to measure income taxes, I mean the assets and liabilities of income taxes for long-term liabilities, and also the requirement to disclose the segments, if they are in this entity. But from next year, as we are also like using these 5 categories, the picture will be looking really different. You see in this green column the requirements for the so-called small undertakings today, And from next year, the small undertakings, according to directive, will be much bigger. So we see that according to directive, actually the balance sheet should be at least till 4 million euros, net turnover 8 million, and that's actually more than 2 times more than the requirements nowadays. Also, the number of employees will be 50, but not 15 as it is now. And also we have the new category of micro undertakings, which increased the challenges for our authority. According to these categories, now we'll be having a really different requirements. Here you see the large picture of them. For the micros undertakings, there will be a bridge balance sheet and a bridge income statement, so very small actually balance sheet and income statement, and no disclosures, no notes for the financial statements. Just some of them will be presenting defined disclosure at the foot of the balance sheet. Please not ask me what it means actually, because I still have the challenge to define what are the disclosures which are not presented in the notes of the financial statements, but at the foot of the balance sheet, but which are really disclosures as standard disclosure for the other undertakings. Small undertakings, actually they will be having also simplified rules. So for them only balance sheet and income statements will be required. So actually that means that statement of changes in the equity, which was used for all of these undertakings, from next year will be not required. And actually that means for majority of them, maybe not the very significant change, but actually that means the loss of the information for the financial reporting, from the financial reporting package. And for the small undertakings, just a small package of disclosures, very defined package of the disclosures, and no more. Actually, even if there's some, for example, government institutions wish that the small undertakings could be presenting some significant information used for these government institutions, actually that will be not allowed according to the accounting directive, and we are not implementing this like a wish in the local accounting standards. For the medium undertakings, we are having the additional statements, so-called the statement of changes of equity and cash flows. We have additional disclosures, and we have also the requirement to measure the income taxes. So again, assets and liabilities of income taxes. For the large undertakings, the new requirement from next year to present, at least for 1 or 2 of them in Lithuania, the report on payments to the government, but you see that it's actually applied just for the undertakings active in the logging of primary forest. Do we have primary forests in Lithuania? And extractive industry. So just a small number of undertakings will be covered by this requirement. And also there are some additional disclosure requirements. For the public interest entities, actually all the requirements will be applied as for the large undertakings, but also we have additional requirement to present the segments, as it was actually applied before the implementing of accounting directive. And from next year, I think actually we'll be having the new change in the law, which will be requiring to present so-called the report on non-financial and diversity information, so social accountancy report, if you wish. So actually, for them, all the requirements will be applied. So what actually are the challenges for us? The challenge is, first of all, related with the micro undertakings. As according to my knowledge, actually, there are more than 80% of undertakings are micro in Lithuania. So actually, the majority of them will be covered by this simplified rules. And simplified rules are such that for undertakings who are micros, actually, they could choose so-called exemption package. So they have the freedom to choose the simplified rules or to be like analyzed as the small undertakings, or as the like a standard undertakings today. So, but if they're choosing the exemption package, that means that they could apply these requirements and to present just abridged statement for incomes, balance sheet, so very actually small statements, not to present the notes for financial report, financial statements, and just for some of them who having their own shares or some significant financial commitments and guarantees, or like credits for the members of administrative bodies, they shall present this information at the foot of the balance sheet. So, but only some of them will be covered by this requirement. And also in this exemption package also is the rule not to apply fair value method for the financial instruments, biological assets, and investment assets. So that's also a significant change for them. And also not to prepare the managerial report, management report. But as I said, if the micro undertaking is choosing not to apply exemption package, actually it's regarded as small undertakings, so like a standard undertakings. And due to these changes, actually, we have the challenge nowadays how to explain for the micros how to present the income statement, because the income statement for these companies will be really different from the standard we used to apply, because it will be a statement where the expenses are presented by the nature basis, so not the function. And that means actually really different analysis of the expenses in this income statement. And for some of the undertakings and the accountants of these undertakings, that will be really challenged to understand what actually the changes are. And we in the Audit and Accounting Authority, together with our so-called board or the committee for the accounting standards, we are still having many deliberations how to prepare this income statement if, as example, undertaking is accounting the inventories not periodically but constantly, and actually he has the difficulties to distinguish the changes in the periodical changes in the inventories in this income statement. And also we having many actually questions how to explain for undertakings how to allocate non-directive direct expenses in this income statement, because according to the nature, not all the expenses are presented in the separate lines. And for the micros, that will be also challenged, because if they will grow up and will reach the level of small undertaking, that means that they will be forced to change the accounting policy, and from that level to present income statement as the standard income statement presented by function, not by nature of expenses. So I'm not sure if all the micros understand this requirement, and that could be really a challenge for them on that level. So many of them are still like a very funny about these changes and think that's really simplified rules, but actually they are not understanding the challenges in the future. When we're speaking about a bridge balance sheet, it's really abridged. So it's really simplified balance sheet. And we will be not using the separate lines for the cash, for financial instruments, for financial assets, if you wish, or for intangible assets. Actually, many of these lines are used by researchers, in the scientific analysis. And actually, that means that we'll be losing a lot of information which could be used for analysis and for the researchers, scientific researchers. And sorry for that, but actually that's political decision, and it's according to the accounting directive. And this our parliament decision, this abridged statement will be used as I am presenting. The other challenge is related with the true and fair view. The accounting directive says that if you are presenting this abridged balance sheet and income statement, you should not challenge the true and fair view of these statements. And auditors who are like auditing this report shall be saying that if they are presented according to the rules, they are presenting the true and fair view. So it's like a requirement for the auditors. But if you think a little bit about that, and if you analyze that some of the lines, like financial assets, will be not presented according to the fair view method, or let's say if you have the derivatives, which actually typically are presented on fair value basis, but they will be not. Is this statements really presenting a fair and true view? I don't know actually. I have some doubts about that, but the directive says that we should not challenge that, and it's really fair and true and fair view. And also, we are losing a lot of the disclosures, and actually that's not really good for many of us. The smaller takings, still, if you include the micros in this number, in Lithuania we have more than 93% of undertakings as the small undertakings. And for them, as I said, there will be some changes, so the statement of changes in equity will be not required from them. And only small disclosures will be required in the notes of for the financial statements. And that means that if you wish to require from the smaller takings some significant disclosures which are not required by the national accounting standard, you will be not allowed. Because the directive says that for the smalls, they're saying, think small first. So you should not create the burden for the smaller takings by requiring some, maybe for you significant, but not required disclosures. And other issues we are having here is related with the special requirements in the balance sheet. Let's say the provisions we are used to analyze these provisions as the current and non-current provisions for specific events. Now the directive requires from us to merge these lines in one. So there will be no more split in this different current and non-current lines. The income taxes liabilities will be presented as the provision, which is also not the typical picture in Lithuania. The government grants, which are not required in the accounting directive and is not analyzed in it. Actually, we had a lot of discussions with the European Commission if you really are allowed to use this line in our balance sheet. But now we are like having some non-official decision of the European Commission that it's okay with that. So it will be still presented as the separate liability, but actually it's not expressly allowed in the accounting directive. Biological assets, there are some changes in Lithuania. Before the implementation of the directive, we had a separate line between the current and non-current assets for the biological assets. Now the biological assets will be split in the current, like inventories line, and non-current in the other long-term assets. And actually that means that for the agriculture firms, that they will be changing the accounting policy and presenting this biological assets differently. For the land and buildings line, actually we're having the change because the directive requires to present so-called rights for mobiles and other similar rights presented in this land and building line. And that means that if before that we are required this rights presented in the intangibles, now we'll be like requiring them present in the lands and building cover. Just a couple of minutes, if you allow. We're having also prepayments and accrued income and accruals and deferred income lines, which were reintroduced in our balance sheet, and we're having still like issues related to how to explain what actually shall be presented in these lines. And nowadays we are thinking maybe not some that should be lines for not typical accounting procedures. So and financial assets also we having the issues related with the splitting the financial assets in the current and non-current, as actually for the companies who are like calculating amortized cost, there are really challenges how to calculate the current part of this amount, because they artificially like a splitting this amount in two types, and not all of them understand the same how to do that. And I'm actually coming to the end of my presentation. I just wish like to say that for the income statements, we also had some issues. And first of all, we like merged three different income statements in one. So now we have like a standard form of this income statement. We added additional line for the changes of fair value of biological assets, which is not required in the accounting directive, but as the accounting directive allows to add some lines if they are not covered by typical requirements. We are doing that because for the agriculture firms, actually, that's not possible to present some of the results without these lines. And we're having now 5 instead of 1 lines for the results of financial investment activities. So for many companies that will be challenged because they will be changing the also accounting policy to present that, and will be less freedom to change the income statements. And just 2 things for you to think about and maybe to research about these things. First of all is the issue about related parties definition. The accounting directive now requires to use the definition from the IFRS standards, so we'll be using the same definition in our country, but that's the conflict between different sets of standards. If you are reading IS 24 related parties disclosures definitions, you see that this definition has many links, reference to other IFRS standards. So actually, by allowing to use this definition, they're like allowing to use many IFRS principles in our national standards. That could be challenged for some of the companies. And also the accounting directive requires to recognize the assets according to the cost method. But for some of the companies who are using the biological assets or derivatives recognition principles, that could be also challenged because actually they're not recognized according to the cost methods, at least now. And that could be the conflict which we'll be covering later. Sorry for
Thank you very much for your interesting report. Thank you again.
Thanks a lot.
Professor Svetlana Puchkova as main moderator.
No. Thank you. Thank you for the previous presenter. Thank you very much indeed. And sorry that we didn't make any restriction. Please make report no more than 20 minutes. At first, I would like to present. It's great honor for me to present Professor Lakis. Let me to open my small secret only for guests of this conference. Actually, Professor Lakis has two native lands. The first one is Lithuania, Vilnius, and the second one is St. Petersburg. Actually, because Professor Lakis finished his doctorate thesis in St. Petersburg, State University of Finance and Economics. And actually, all his colleagues here, starting from Professor Larionov, his teacher, has a very good memory about his perfect doctorate thesis. That's why for me, it's a great honor to present here my St. Petersburg colleague from Lithuania, Professor Lakis. And his report is Connection of Companies' Accounting Policy with Inherent Risk of Audit.
Thank you. Accounting policy plays an important role in assuring the fairness of a company's accounting system and reliability of financial statements. The accounting policy helps assure that companies' economic transactions and events must undergo timely and correct documentation, apply the same accounting policy irrespective of other occurrence and circumstances. Properly prepared and implemented accounting policy should assure that a company's accounting should be managed fairly and financial statements should present true and fair view. Therefore, inherent audit risk will be minimal. There are many factors influencing accounting policy and its realization. Some factors which extend inherent risk can already exist in the accounting policy itself. First factor, the indefinite volume of accounting policy and structural elements. The problem begins from formation of accounting policy. Up to now, neither in theory nor in practice, the serious reasoning of accounting policy exists. The definition of accounting policy concentrates on its form, but not on the content. International Accounting Standard 8, accounting policies, changes in accounting estimates and errors indicates that accounting policy is based on certain principles, main formalities, rules, and practice, which are followed by legal entities when financial statements are prepared and presented. A company has to refer and constantly apply the same accounting policy while performing economic transactions. Very similarly, accounting policy is defined in Business Accounting Standards 7th. Accounting policy changes in accounting estimates and corrections of errors. It is stated that accounting policy corresponds to the principles of accounting, accounting methods, and rules which are closely linked with accounting policy of legal entities and creation of financial statements. However, a bit differently and concretely, the accounting policy is defined in the Law of Accounting of the Republic of Lithuania. It is indicated that accounting policy is considered to be the principle of accounting, methods of accounting, and rules are closely related with accounting system of legal entities and creation of financial statements. The head of company has to choose and put it into practice accounting policy considering concrete conditions and terms, nature of activity, and following the corresponding standards. According to the law, the following objective should be indicated in accounting policy. First, application of standards of accounting and other legal acts which regulate accounting and financial accountability. Second, the structure of collected financial statements and applied principles of accounting. And third, accounting methods and rules under which companies' assets, shareholders' equity, financial sums, liabilities, revenue, expenses, and cash flows are registered. In literature, accounting policy is defined similarly like in accounting standards. It is stated everywhere that the accounting policy should define the standards which are applied in accounting, indicate the principles, methods, and rules of accounting, and indicate the collection of financial statements. In other words, it is required that accounting policy should foresee the principles which already exist in accounting standards. It is a vicious cycle because the principles of accounting policy have to be followed as standards, principles and rules cover the cases which occur in practice. Therefore, the some principles, standards, and rules should be applied. Second factor, not comprehensively regulated. Possibility to manipulate increases if the accounting policy applied by the company is not clearly and or comprehensively defined. Therefore, the inherent audit risk increases. A written regulation of accounting policy is the main document which has to be followed by company's employees in regulating accounting and financial statements. Accounting principles and standards must be stated and followed. In the accounting sequence is clearly indicated in the standards, then it is enough to specify corresponding standards. If standards allow to make several decisions or their requirements are very general, then the concreteness must be stated in accounting policy. Accounting policy must have a defined accounting sequence starting with drawing up of documents, their movement, classification of economic transactions, sequence of assessment, data grouping, and their depiction in financial statements. Requirements for accountants, their experience, functions, rights, responsibilities, organization of assets, liability in the company, purchasing of materials, quality evaluation, and payment system, stock accounting, inventory, sales, settlements with suppliers and buyers, the names of people who authorize economic transactions should be indicated. Third factor, realization of accounting policy. The realization of accounting policy to much extent depends on the position of internal control. Few variants are possible. The most simple case is when control is not formalized. The functions of employees, rights, duties, and responsibilities are stated verbally. Nobody of the responsible employees is aware of where his functions finish and what are the limits of his responsibility. The risk of manipulation increases if economic transactions of the company are controlled by two or more people, or some activities controlled by nobody. The risk of manipulation increases when some economic transactions are authorized by, not by one, but by several managers. It complicates internal control, and responsibility for errors and frauds is not clearly defined. In small and medium-sized companies, internal control as a rule is not formalized. The managers who understand business management very well can define the functions, rights, and responsibility to their subordinates verbally, and at the same time control the employees' work. It increases the inherent risk because the absence of formalized indicators leads to the fact that some employees fail to understand their role or intentionally do not perform their duties. Therefore, its supervision of system functioning depends not only on one person. Some risk always exists because he fails to evaluate the importance of some factors or fails to follow how the system functions. It complicates the evaluation of inherent risk. Even if weak points of internal control were defined, no guarantee exists that there were not permissible deviations. Accounting policy can be approved in the company, but it is not always systematically or identically followed. Systematic cases of not followed accounting policy and the consequences of it, they must be indicated by an auditor while testing internal control. Distortion of information because of some episodic cases is very complicated. Such cases occur while filling in the accounts, grouping data, and moving them to financial statements, or presentation of data in financial statements, which is not indicated in accounting and documents. Then they can be ascertained while comparing the compliance of different data. Fourth factor, the impact of positive and negative creative accounting on inherent audit risk. The accounting of companies has to be regulated and financial statements prepared in compliance with accounting policy. Then the inherent risk is minimal. However, practically, there exist some economic transactions or events which are not foreseen in accounting policy. They have to be accounted for according to logic or of accounting standards or analogy. Such type of accounting is considered to be creative. Creativity in accounting can be two kinds. It can apply seeking to show real position of company's assets and finance. It is positive phenomenon if the problems which occur are solved following the logic of accounting principles. The problem occurs if the creativity in accounting is used to expose positive sides of the company, leaving aside all negative phenomena in shadow. Hence, the company's position may be misleading and unclear. It might happen that some elements in accounting policy are considered to be creative, it is when some methods and their combination, which are chosen in order to make decisions, do not comply with the type of company's activity, but on the other hand, do not contradict the requirements of accounting standards. The goal of it to indicate better or worse position of company than it is in reality. Formally, standard regulation may be not violated, but the decision which was made not always complies with the company's activity. Very great risk occurs when neither the accounting policy nor standards follow the corresponding regulation. Therefore, no legal grounds exist for indicating that accounting sequence was violated, though the presented company's position was distorted. There does not exist a limit between positive creative accounting, with the help of which a true picture of company's performance is presented, and negative creative accounting, which is closely related with aggressive accounting or becomes aggressive accounting, which distorts company's position and misleads consumers. Therefore, it is very important to know the limits of creativity, because the degree of inherent audit risk depends on it. The auditor should evaluate the impact of creativity on audit risk. Finally, some conclusions can be made. First, accounting reliability of financial statements and inherent audit risk to much extent depend on suitability of accounting policy, due to the fact that between the accounting policy, reliability of financial statements, and inherent risk, direct connection exists. Therefore, it is important that it should comply with standards and other requirements of legal acts. It must be exhaustive and precisely applied. Second, it is indicated in literature and legal acts that accounting of companies should follow the principles of accounting standards. The accounting policy plays a secondary role. It leads to simplicity of accounting policy. It is enough to indicate in the accounting policy that accounting procedures follow the concrete requirements presented by accounting standards. It is important to indicate the most important principles, and it might appear that accounting policy is well prepared. but the benefit is very minimal. Third, the model of accounting policy, which is authorized by company's management, must be the principal document which regulates accounting and preparation of financial statements. It has to be prepared according to the standards of accounting. Additionally, the accounting policy should indicate the way how requirements of accounting standards are met. The accounting policy should cover not only the principles of accounting and standards which have to be followed, but also investigate the work of an accountant, his qualification, experience, functions, rights and responsibility. The organization of asset liability, a purchase of materials, defining the quality and payment, inventory of goods produced, authorization of sales, accountability, documentation, movement of goods, etc. Otherwise, it can be formal and not succeed in defining the functions. Fourth, while selecting and applying the accounting policy, a company faces the impact of users of financial statements. Promotion of managers depending on achieved results also create optimistic picture. If the financial year was not very good, companies tries to manipulate in order to show shortcomings of a company's performance and indicate very minimal achievements. The biggest risk is the implementation of accounting policy. The personnel can interpret a standard requirement wrongly, make errors, or intentionally make dishonest entries. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all the distinguished participants and speakers. Some conferences and events I attend because I have to, by just being in the position I am. Some conferences and events I attend because I want to, and this very one is certainly in the second category. It is because Vilnius University and its Faculty of Economics and in particular the Department of Accounting and Auditing are especially near and dear to me. When I was teenager in the late 80s of roughly 1,000 years ago, so to speak, I was watching TV and I wanted to become a police detective, to be catching these guys because that seemed very romantic. And so it happened that at 17 years I got a chance to meet one person to whom I am most indebted in this room, and that is Professor Mockevičius. It was enough for me to have one conversation with him where he completely enlightened me about the profession and the area of finance and financiers and finance directors and the like. And I fell in love immediately during that very conversation. So instead of applying to another line of education, I applied to Vilnius University, made it, and that was my beginning. Professor Mackevičius was also absolutely instrumental in helping me find my work at an international auditing company where I have learned and continue learning a lot. Also, in this university, in this very Department of Accounting and Auditing, I have met my wife on 1st of September, very first day. I believe we were the last year that was still going to collective farms, help with potatoes and stuff, which we did. So that was 25 years ago. I fell in love with her immediately, and we are happily married for 20 years this year. So I'm very, very strongly emotionally attached to Vilnius University and to the Department of Accounting and Auditing. That's why I'm very, very much honored and grateful that you have invited me here. So thank you for that. Now on to the presentation. This is a European, mostly EU kind of view, because a lot has been taking place in the EU audit arena lately. It has started in 2010 with the European Commission's Green Paper on the audit policy lessons from the crisis. It was a thought-provoking paper with many suggestions of different kinds, and it has taken roughly 4 years and many analysis, debates, discussions with investors, with regulators, with the profession, politicians, etc., until this ended up in the piece of legislation, which came into force on the 16th of June in 2014. But it'll be taking full legal effect from in 2 years from that date, so roughly 2 years, 17 June 2016. The majority of the provisions in that legislation, even though they do come into force on the 17th of June, they do apply to financial years beginning on or after this date. So for the majority of companies who have December 31st year ends, this would mean the calendar and financial year for them 2017 for many provisions. The European Commission, of course, they have a lot of aim with this for the benefit of everyone concerned. That is reinforcing auditors' independence, transparency, enhancing auditors' reporting, strengthening the role of the audit committee, communication between the auditor and supervisors, consistent oversight throughout the EU of the profession, of the audit quality and things alike. And also the EC is aiming at a more dynamic audit market because, for instance, there are many countries, the older EU member states, for example, where at times they have had a number of cases where the same auditor or auditing firm has been there for something like 100 years, for example. So not too much dynamism, so to speak. The legislation comes in the form of two pieces of legislation. One is the directive, so it contains a series of requirements governing every statutory audit in the EU. And another piece is the regulation, contains a series of additional requirements that are mandatory for only a group of audits, that is public interest entity audits. It was a very complex process, including of the legal adoption. So the way these two pieces of legislation go, the directive has to be implemented in the national law of every EU member state, and Lithuania and the other countries are in the process of doing actually that. Regulation does have straight enforcement, straight legal application. That's a different legality. Now, if we look at the complexity of this implementation, there are nowadays, as we know, close to 30 countries comprising the EU, And then there are about 70 choices that need to be made, or 70 items on which member states can choose one or the other. So sort of 30 times 70, you can see what kind of complexity that is to deal with. Countries, member states are actually going through that as we speak. It reflects two things, I think, or means two things. One, it reflects the level of compromise, especially the political compromise that had to happen. And we have people in this very room, Ingrida Mutskutė here, who was having the flag under Lithuania's presidency for the 6 months that Lithuania was presiding, where we as a country, and that we can very be proud of, have actually brought these pieces of legislation to their final stages. And Ingrida knows so much more about the compromises that were being made. And here we are. So certainly a big political compromise, but naturally 30 times 70, a big place for divergence here and there. Now, in summary, some of the key points. There are roughly 300,000 companies that need statutory audits in the EU these days. That number may change because from time to time, how and for which companies a statutory audit is required, that changes, usually based on the local country legislation. And nowadays we have about 30,000 companies in the EU who are considered PIEs, public interest entities. Again, that number may change up or down depending on how countries implement the legislation, because as you'll see in the further slide, countries can choose, partly choose which entities they consider public interest entities in their own countries. The biggest change that these two pieces of legislation bring are for PIEs, so not for all companies, but for PIEs. And the biggest changes, biggest news is about mandatory audit firm rotation that has not been in place up until now in the EU. So it's not only that lead audit partner or the auditor in charge had to rotate and has to rotate nowadays periodically. From now on, when the legislation comes into force for PIEs, there is a period for how long one particular audit firm can be auditing that company. Afterwards, the company has to find another auditor. So audit firm rotation is a big change. Also, another big change is prohibition of many non-audit services to be provided, or not provided in this case, by the auditor, again for PIEs and parts of the PIE group, if there is a group of companies. Also, another news is the introduction of the cap, so the amount, the limit in value terms, up to which non-audit services that still remain as allowed non-audit services to be provided by the auditor. So there is a cap of how much in value terms the auditor can be providing of the allowed non-audit services. And also the auditor's report is changing. It's not only changing because of the EU legislation, it's also changing because the international standard on auditing, ISO 700, is also, has also changed and is effective for financial years 2016 already. So this year, 2015 audits will be the last year for those auditors who apply ISA, where the current format of the auditor's report will apply. A year from now, under ISA 700, a new reporting format would start applying as well. Also, there is a new regulatory body in the EU established by the regulation. So it's a committee of European auditing oversight bodies. It is charged with responsibility for coordinating the activities of national regulators. And the European Commission have been given powers, EU-wide powers, to adopt ISAs at the EU level. That wouldn't concern us, Lithuania, too much because we have adopted them already, but for some states that's going to be a change. Now, briefly about each of these changes. So, under the regulation, the PI definition must include the following. The first three are mandatory throughout the EU, so it's listed entities, it's credit institutions and insurance undertakings. The fourth is other, meaning that some member states may choose to consider within their own country for PIs to include only the first three types of companies. Some may choose to expand that list. And in Lithuania, for example, we have already had our list expanded somewhat. And I think some of the additional items may remain. It remains to be seen, of course, how the new audit law of Lithuania comes out, but it's quite likely that in Lithuania we'll probably have a somewhat expanded list. And we are not alone. In a number of countries in the EU, the expansion is also being done. Some others may choose not to. Rotation. Roughly the principles, the main principles for PI audit firm rotation are that the same audit firm cannot be auditing a company, a PI company, for more than 10 years. There are some exceptions, some optionality. If some member states choose so in their national legislation, after a tender, the same auditor can potentially stay for another 10 years if the member state so chooses to allow that in this case. There is also an optionality for joint auditors, so if it's not one audit firm but two or maybe more that choose to audit a PI or a group of PIs, then there is a period of 14 years that is also considered in the legislation. But to illustrate the political compromise in many places where it had to happen during the adoption of the legislation, you can see this, that relationships, so if auditing firm has been auditing a PI entity for over 20 years, and we have examples live still in place where the same auditing firm may have been auditing a PI entity for 80 years, 70 years, 100 years. Those cases are present in Europe. You can see that even they would not have to change immediately to another auditor. They still go to the year 2020 and a little beyond. Those relationships that are between 10 and 20, roughly, they have been allowed to run maximum to 2023. And those that are actually under 18 years, there, again, depending on how each member state would choose, they may either, in some member states, be required to rotate as 10 years run out, and that's it, or there could be an option to have another tender, and then potentially, not necessarily, the incumbent auditor may stay for another 10 years or so. Right. Non-audit services, very long list of prohibitions. I won't be going through it. Just highlight the ones in bold, and then you can read the details afterwards. I don't know how things work here, but you are very welcome to give this presentation to everyone afterwards. There is no strings attached by me to this. So tax services, the vast majority of them. Valuation services, any services that would put or potentially put the auditor in a management or decision-making role. Services linked to financing, capital structures, allocations, investment strategies, and the like. Promoting, dealing, underwriting shares in the audited entity. The list continues. Designing, implementation, internal control systems, IT systems, and the like. Bookkeeping, payroll, internal audit, legal services, human resource services, and member states are also given an option to expand this list even more, to add more services if they choose so. That's one of the 70 things I mentioned where optionality does exist. So quite a lot of services, as you can see. And the cap on services, the 70% that I mentioned, is also a part of that. So apart from all of these services that are not allowed, the services that are allowed, which is really quite little, I think. Even for those, there is this 70% cap that I've mentioned. But even there, the algorithm is rather complex. It's only if the auditing company has been providing allowed non-audit services for 3 consecutive years. Then towards the end of the 3 years, the 70% cap kicks in. So again, it's a little complex. So in summary, on non-audit services, they do go beyond, quite beyond the current International Code of Ethics or even quite strict rules of the US Securities and Exchange Commission. The biggest change that has happened in this piece of legislation, 2 types of services that have been added to the list, 2 groupings. One is tax services, where I said almost everything is disallowed, and second is valuation services. There is, though, one choice. Member states, if they choose so, can allow some of the tax and valuation services, mostly based on materiality criteria. That's optional. Again, member states have to decide. Just to show you the complexity, as these things get implemented, 70 times 30, we could get, for example, a picture like this, and it's a very, very simple picture, because with international groups you have sometimes, quite often actually, tens of companies, maybe even hundreds of companies in the group. So I think even this is rather simplified. But even here, just to illustrate, you have 2 public interest entities in 2 different EU member states, which could potentially implement some of these 70 options differently. And then whose laws apply to the group, to parts of the group that legislators and companies and auditors will have to figure out pretty soon. New auditors report, as I said, it's required by the new EU legislation, but equally ISO 700 is changing as well. So this and next slide is based on ISO 700 changes, but they're pretty much the same. That they go pretty much in line with what's required by the new EU legislation as well. So the main aim is to make the auditor's report more informative and thereby enhance the value that the auditor provides. I personally support that very much. Auditor's report as a subject is very, very near and dear to me. I also teach on it from time to time, and it holds my interest. I think the current auditor's report that we have, the 1-pager, absolutely agree that it provides, apart from the opinion, probably mostly apart from the opinion paragraph, rather little value to the readers, because the readers can see that if the opinion is clean or has some qualifications, remarks or something. But apart from that, that's about it. With a clean opinion, readers of of the auditor's report wouldn't really know what were the areas that concerned the auditor most during that particular audit, etc. And up until now, the auditors were not disclosing that, because that's how ISO 700 ran. Now, with all of these changes, the changes, as I said, I fully support them personally. I think they are for the good. So they are to enhance the communication between the auditor and investors and others. So anyone who reads and uses the auditor's report, it should result in increased attention by management and those charged with governments to those financial statement no disclosures to which the auditor draws attention, or those that he mentions in the new auditor's report, and I'll talk about that in a moment. And similarly, if the auditor is writing up more, emphasizing more in his or her own auditor's report, then hope is that the auditors themselves would pay increased attention to these key areas of importance as well. So main changes, mandatory for listed entities and the EU for PIEs, an absolutely new key audit matters section, where in the new auditor's report, the auditors would be required to disclose and describe those matters to which the auditor paid most attention during the audit. And that informational value, I think, is really good for the users of financial statements, because the audit would not be an enigma to the users. To the readers of the auditor's report, they would at least be informed what was it that the auditor spent his or her time audit team's time the most on during the audit, key risky matters and the like. And also disclosure of key audit partner, that again is not really a change for us in Lithuania. We have been signing our auditor's report by name already, so no big deal there. Changes for all auditors' reports, so not only PI auditor's report, is that the structure changes in the current auditor's reports. The opinion section was the last. Now it has been moved to be the first. So we will be starting our auditor's reports by saying, in our opinion, the financial statements present or don't present true and fair view. That will be followed by the basis of opinion section. Going concern matter is very prominently displayed in ISA 700. So first there's going to be an explanation of management and auditor responsibilities, roughly that management is still responsible for going concern assessments and auditors are only auditing that assessment, so to speak. There is a required uncertainty related to going concern section in all of the situations where there is an uncertainty about going concern, which of course first and foremost has to be disclosed in the financial statements by management. And there is also a new requirement to question management's judgment regarding financial statement disclosures in the so-called close call situations. And as a practitioner, I can really tell that we have those situations from time to time, where management of companies at times think and state to us they are sure about going concern, and we as auditors are not so sure in some cases. So those are the so-called close call situations that we'll have to deal with them. There also has to be prominent affirmation on compliance with independence and professional ethics. We have had that before, so there isn't that much change here, maybe some wording changes, but that's about it. As well as enhanced description of auditors' responsibilities and what the audit is itself. Again, to me personally, I'm a little upset that there was not a change in the audit's description in the auditor's report, what the audit is about. That would have included, amongst other things, a statement that the audit testing is taking place on a test basis, because I think there is a gap of understanding quite often between auditors and users. Potentially some users thinking that the auditor audits absolutely everything, every single document, every single entry, every single everything, which is not the case, as you who are more familiar with audit know. But that has not been included in the standard text, to my regret. And lastly, but not leastly, of course, as I said, there's going to be monitoring of market, sort of basically, is this reform working, especially in the areas of audit quality and market dynamism or concentration, competition and the like. So starting from June 2006, and every 3 years, there's going to be, let me call it a study, an analysis, and a report issued on the things you see on the screen. So audit quality, is it improving or not? Is it changing? What about market concentration, and how our audit committee performance, is that also going to the better? So to be close to rounding up, I think in the short term, between now and mid-2016, when the legislation comes into force, as I said, 30 times 70, a lot of interpretational issues. Medium-term challenges, that's beyond mid-2016. We are going to see a lot of tendering activity as 10 years and some of these other transitional periods run out. For some countries, we have done the analysis, we can see there's going to be some years where for PIs themselves, that should mandatory change their auditor after the mandatory periods run out. There's going to be years 100 and more audit tenders for big groups happen a year. And we'll have to see also medium term and longer the effect of divergent legislative frameworks as well. Longer term challenges for the profession as such, one is maintaining audit quality amid all of these changes, not going to be easy, I think, and sustainability and relevance of the profession. I think profession still has evolve long term. I think things like not only financial statement reporting, but reporting by the auditor, auditing and reporting on an integrated set of reports. Integrated reporting is a subject on which humanity has not yet concluded. It's still in progress. So that potentially is another area where the auditors in the future may show their relevance. And then we'll have to wait and see for these three yearly reports by the European Competition Network, the authorities, to see what conclusions they can draw, especially on market concentration and the audit quality. So, tentative, because we haven't seen reality yet, tentative conclusions by me at this stage is that a lot of good has or will be coming in line with this reform. So our reports by auditors will be more meaningful, and that is very good, I think, as I said. There's going to be greater transparency surrounding discussions with audit committees for PIEs. I hope the audit committees would be further strengthened. My own personal experience and opinion, in Lithuania, the audit committees are on average still too weak. Very few of them where I would say that this is really high-class audit committee. More often than not, audit committees still are more of a formality than the real work, so to speak. So for that to strengthen, I think is in everyone's interest. And also two-way dialogue between auditors and supervisory prudential authorities. There's going to be more of that. For banks, for example, it's a must for PI audits, which is also a good thing to have. In Lithuania, the last 2 years, Lithuania's central bank has reinitiated those discussions with PI auditors, which I personally find very useful, and I have commended them on that already myself as well. Challenges, we will have those as well. As I said, divergence is unavoidable, not only within the EU, but around the world as well, because the US has their own rules, India, Australia, and others are devising and changing theirs. So unfortunately, some grounds are common, but divergence is still there. So amongst all of this, everyone wants for the audit quality not to be dropping worse, but improving all the time. However, all of these changes and the divergence, I think, do not always work in terms of supporting audit quality. And lastly, but not leastly, I think there's certainly going to be potentially, there is a risk of unintended consequences, so to speak, from excessive tendering and NAS restrictions. Why? Because we have seen in the past some countries, like Italy, for example, introducing mandatory audit firm rotation. What it has resulted in is actually even more concentration, so more audits being done by same auditors. So it has not increased market dynamism in some of those cases in the past. We are yet to see whether the EU reform this time will actually be different. I fear maybe not, but we'll have to wait and see. And also NAS restrictions put a lot of challenge for the market concentration subject as well, because as a practitioner I can tell that at really the vast majority of PIEs, the potential for other services than the audit and the value of those services, advisory in nature, be that tax, business consulting, etc., is usually much bigger than the audit. So the auditors, with these additional restrictions, companies that have audit and non-audit activities within them, company like ours and many others, may choose to actually go for that non-audit piece of the business, potential business, which is larger. And if you have, I don't know, 6 companies, for example, that can do an audit of a big international group in a particular case, and 5 of them are already engaged in non-audit services and find them lucrative, we may end up in a situation where there is a choice of one, potentially. I'm theorizing, of course, now. That is it. Thank you very much for your attention.
I just have a very interesting proposal for you. I'm a member of the scientific committee of the European Accounting Conference, and it used to be a first call for the papers. And maybe you will present this paper in the next European Accounting Congress in Amsterdam. It should be in next May, because I think it's a very interesting topic, and it will be interesting not only for this one auditorium, but for the members of all the European Accounting Society. Maybe.
I or my colleagues can certainly do that with pleasure, because we are giving those kind of provoking thoughts at times nowadays quite often. So we'd be pleased to. Yes, thank you.
Please, it will be interesting, I think, sir. Thank you very much indeed. And actually, I think I'm the most happiness moderator today, because I have a chance to present a lot of people who have the same native scientific motherland with me. Next presenter, Professor Korotayev. Actually, he is a Belarusian nature, but he finished his doctoral thesis in St. Petersburg too. That's why allows me to present very famous St. Petersburg scientist from Belarus State Economic University, Professor Korotayev Sergei. His topic is International Financial Reporting Standards in Belarus, State Problems and Prospects.
Dear colleagues, I am very glad to be here. And my first thanks is for Professor Lakis. I know him many years. And approximately half a year I was in Ukraine in Uzhgorod State University, and he invite me and my colleagues to visit this conference, and now I am here. My other thanks is for well-known scientists, for Jonas Matskavicius. I know him many years. He helped me while I make my dissertation work, and my great thanks for Svetlana Bычkova. I know her many years, but she is very young, like many years ago. I'm glad to see my colleagues from Belarus, because sometimes we meet in other countries more often than in our country. And I'm glad to see my PhD student from Novopolsk, Nadezhda Boreyko. I think that next year he will be the doctor. And as Svetlana Bычkova announced, my report is dedicated to the international financial reporting standards. And it's possible to divide my report into three parts. The first part is the transition to IFRS, state and prospects. The second part, problems of transition. And the third part is audit in IFRS. And I will start, but my report will be in Russian. It's more, I understand that I must be convenient for you, but sometimes for me convenient to speak in Russian. Those who want to get acquainted with my report in English, Professor Lakis said that my report will be published in the materials of this scientific conference in English. Теперь на русском. I think that many of you can understand Russian and can speak in Russian. Первая часть – это состояние МСФО в Республике Беларусь. Работа по внедрению МСФО и даже, как было анонсировано постановлением Совета Министров, по переходу на МСФО было начато в 1998 году с принятием соответствующего постановления. И в 2008 году наша республика провозгласила, что переход на МСФО состоялся. За это время все МСФО поменялись, значит, и те стандарты, которые были разработаны в нашей стране, они практически никем не применялись. Второй этап у нас был провальный, это 2008 год, 2011 год, когда в части международных стандартов в республике ничего не делалось. В 2011 году произошла смена руководства Министерства финансов, которые регулировали вопросы бухгалтерского учета и аудита, и была начата серьезная работа по гармонизации национальной системы учета с международными стандартами. Был принят новый план счетов бухгалтерского учета, он был введен с 1 января 2012 года. Были приняты инструкции по бухгалтерскому учету по целому ряду активов. И эти инструкции учитывали уже подходы, предусмотренные международными стандартами. Это инструкции по учету основных средств, нематериальных активов, долгосрочных активов, предназначенных для реализации, по учету инвестиционной недвижимости, по господдержке и так далее. В прошлом году были приняты первые национальные стандарты по бухгалтерскому учету, не как инструкции же, а именно как стандарты. Это стандарты, связанные с учетом валютных операций по консолидированной отчетности и по учетной политике, изменений в учетных оценках, ошибки. Эти стандарты сегодня достаточно активно применяются. В 2013 году, а именно 12 июля, было принято два важных закона. Закон об аудиторской деятельности и закон о бухгалтерском учете, где вопросы, связанные с применением МФСО, были определены достаточно однозначно. Во-первых, сегодня в соответствии с законом общественно значимые организации, которые формируют консолидированную отчетность, и прежде всего это акционерные общества, у которых есть дочерние предприятия, акционерные общества, которые являются учредителем унитарных предприятий, они обязаны, соответственно, составлять консолидированную отчетность и проводить аудит на соответствие международным стандартам финансовой отчетности. И, соответственно, банки должны составляющую как индивидуальную, так и консолидированную отчетность также должны проходить аудит по МСФО. Значит, это начиная с 2016 года. То есть в целом сегодня работа несколько активизировалась, но тем не менее для этой работы существует достаточно много серьезных препятствий. Эти препятствия связаны с определенной методологией учета. Дело в том, что Беларусь сегодня испытывает определенные финансовые проблемы, экономические проблемы, и бухгалтерский учет в ряде случаев используется как инструмент для приукрашивания результативности работы. Поэтому, когда мы говорим о том, что международные стандарты финансовой отчетности дают нам возможность сделать отчетность прозрачной, те меры, которые у нас предпринимаются в ряде случаев и в политических целях, они приводят к тому, что наша отчетность, она абсолютно непрозрачна. В этой связи я приведу буквально последние решения, которые были приняты в текущем году и которые были связаны с девальвационными процессами, инфляционными процессами, которые мы наблюдали в конце прошлого года, как в России, когда рубль, по сути дела, обвалился в 2 раза. И следом, естественно, обвалился и белорусский рубль. И если в России это 2-кратное было, то в Беларуси девальвация была 40-процентная. Естественно, в этих условиях, когда курс стал принципиально иным, возникли проблемы, связанные с формированием достоверной стоимости активов и достоверной величиной обязательств. Поэтому были приняты в феврале месяце постановлением Совмина и указом президента были приняты соответствующие решения, в соответствии с которыми, по сути дела, произошел серьезный отход от тех принципов, которые продекларированы международными стандартами финансовой отчетности. Ну, для примера, если сегодня стоимость объектов основных средств формируется, скажем, до момента ввода их в эксплуатацию, то и определенные изменения стоимости возможны, если происходит реконструкция, там, дооборудование, достройка, то у нас в Беларуси сегодня курсовые разницы по задолженностям, обусловленным приобретением этих объектов, могут списываться в 2015, в 2016 году. Сначала предварительно накапливаться на счетах учета расходов будущих периодов, и в конце года относиться на увеличение объектов основных средств. Такую практику мы, в принципе, уже имели. Имели ее в 2011 году, когда девальвация в Беларуси составила 189%. И тогда было принято постановление, в соответствии с которым все курсовые разницы, которые образовывались по валютным счетам, по переоценке дебиторской и кредиторской задолженности, а для республики характерно превалирование именно кредиторской задолженности, то есть это расходы будущих периодов, да, они аккумулировались на счетах учета расходов будущих периодов с последующим списанием с 2011 года до 31 декабря 2014 года на финансовые результаты, но вот пришло к 31 декабря 2014 года, и все ждали, что с этими отложенными расходами делать. Ну и был, соответственно, принят указ президента. Поэтому большинство субъектов хозяйствования, естественно, ничего не списывало. Пришло к 31 декабря 2014 года, и все ждали, что с этими отложенными расходами делать. Ну и был, соответственно, принят указ президента, в соответствии с которым субъектам хозяйствования разрешили расходы будущих периодов, по сути дела, закрыть в уменьшении добавочного капитала, то есть то, что у нас образуется по переоценке объектов и основных средств, да, как правило. А если не хватает добавочного капитала, уже в уменьшение нераспределенной прибыли. То есть мы не видим реального состояния хозяйствующих субъектов. И в соответствии с международными стандартами сумма курсовых разниц у нас влияет на финансовый результат, и мы это все видим. Ну, то же самое касается и ряда других вопросов. Я на них, наверное, останавливаться не буду. Остановлюсь только еще на одном моменте. Это чисто для экономистов, хотя для бухгалтеров тоже. Это вопрос начисления амортизации. Когда экономика республики резко ухудшается, у нас принимается такое решение, что субъекты хозяйствования не могут начислять, могут не начислять амортизацию. Да, для любого экономиста это понятно, что амортизация, да, это составная часть затрат организации, которая возмещается в цене реализуемой продукции и, по сути дела, компенсирует те расходы, которые были произведены ранее. И когда субъект хозяйствования не начисляет амортизацию, при сохранении прежней цены у него как бы результаты финансовые резко улучшаются. Вот буквально 2 дня назад мы были с коллегой, поскольку мы занимаемся аудитом уже в течение 20 лет, на очень крупном предприятии и решали вопросы подписания договора. Они как раз вот этим механизмом неначисления амортизации, то есть антинаучный, антиэкономический подход, они пользуются для того, чтобы отчитаться перед вышестоящими органами, что они на сегодняшний день не убыточны. И вот таких моментов, да, я еще раз повторю, что это в ряде случаев они имеют и политический характер, что в значительной степени обусловлено все-таки достаточно высокой долей государственной собственности в нашей стране, они не дают возможности увидеть реальное финансовое состояние организации. Значит, ну и третий вопрос, буквально несколько слов. это аудит и международные стандарты. Сегодня уже однозначно определено, что те организации, которые хотят проводить аудит по МСФО, должны иметь в штате 2 человек. И как я говорил, и есть еще такая одна норма, которая нас, как старожил аудиторов, она очень сильно смущает. В законе записали, что если организация прошла аудит по МСФО, то проведение аудита достоверности и отчетности по национальным стандартам не требуется. В силу того, что никто сегодня в нашей стране практически не ведет учет в соответствии с принципами МСФО, а речь, по сути дела, идет о трансформации показателей нашей национальной отчетности в показатели по формам МСФО, получается, что подтверждается отчетность, просто правильность трансформации отчетности. А что стоит за этой отчетностью реально, никто не проверяет. И поэтому вот такая парадоксальная ситуация сложилась, и она сильно влияет на состояние аудита в Республике Беларусь, потому что в последнее время мы подвержены мы вошли в такую фазу, когда аудит постепенно умирает. Если в прошлом году количество аудиторских организаций в стране было 139, на начало этого года было 117 организаций, то сегодня их менее 90. Это обусловлено целым рядом факторов, и в частности с тем, что обязательный аудит, критерий обязательного аудита был повышен с 500 тысяч евро, с 600 тысяч евро до 5 миллионов. И поскольку привязка идет к евро, то постоянный рост курса валюты автоматически вымывает из наших клиентов значительное количество субъектов хозяйствования. Ну и пару цифр, связанных с тем, чтобы вы понимали структуру рынка аудиторских услуг. У меня в докладе этого нет, но это интересно. Недавно был опубликован рейтинг аудиторских компаний. В рейтинге участвовало 39 организаций, в том числе и 2 наши компании, которые вот Андрей Викторович возглавляет, мой партнер. Одну из организаций возглавляю я. В этом рейтинге сегодня присутствует 7 международных компаний. Они заявились впервые, потому что обычно они свои показатели не афишируют. Но тем не менее эти 7 компаний во главе с Эрнст & Янгом, я так понимаю, что сегодня кто-то будет из Эрнст, да? Да. Вот, они занимают 56% объема вот, от всего объема компаний, которые в рейтинге по критерию выручки. Да. И, естественно, мы сопоставили стоимостные показатели. Сегодня, например, тот же Ernst & Young, объем услуг, который обеспечивается одним аудитором, составляет порядка, ну это открытые цифры, порядка $92 тысяч в год. Наша национальная компания дает сегодня где-то порядка 20 тысяч. То есть разбежка идет где-то порядка в 4 раза. Ну и то же самое касается стоимости аудиторских услуг. Если стоимость одной аудиторской проверки международной компании составляет порядка 20 тысяч $, то национальные компании работают со средней стоимостью от 1000 до $2000. Понятно, что экономическое состояние республики сложное, но ситуация вот такая. Тут много можно рассуждать, но мы считаем, что определенная поддержка должна быть и для национальных аудиторских компаний. Спасибо за внимание. Если есть какие-то вопросы сейчас или позже, я готов буду ответить.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. And actually we are working with Sergey many years, I think more than 10 years together. And if somebody would like to understand what he was speaking in Russian, I can translate it during the coffee break in English, because I know the situation when very close, and I will translate all these figures and all this tendency in English language here somewhere between cakes and coffee.
Thank you again. Now I would like to invite Professor Habil Dr. Svetlana Bychkova. Her report is very interesting and useful not only for auditors. The topic is essential characteristic of professional financial statements, audit services, and their impact on the perception and evaluation of audit quality of audit services users.
Thank you very much indeed. At first, I would like to present, sorry for my mistakes. I am not English native, you understood that. I would like to express my great pleasure for our colleagues, Lithuanian colleagues, who invited me and myself there. At first, for our professors, Professor Lakis, Professor Matskevičius, and for real organizers, Rasa Sabacheni and Kasitis. Thank you very much for this good conference. Actually, from my point of view, it's a heroic deed to organize this conference in our fast-changing world. Only thanks to your efforts, only thanks to your help, we have a chance to change our accounting and auditing ideas and to share our results of research. Thanks very much indeed. I would like to present in brief the results of our research. Actually, you understand that it's lack of time and it's very short version of our times. Actually, I would like to make a small advertising of myself. We published the results of this research in our 3 monographs. There are 2 of them. The third of them, our professor has all of them. All 3 monographs, unfortunately, were published in Russian, but I think in future we'll translate it. And all of them are devoted particularly in one of this topic. And just now, I would like to present a little bit small brief in situation in Russia. Actually, like in Belarus, in Russian auditing, it's period of stagnation, and the most profitable audit market, the most profitable in auditing is not audit services. The most profitable are non-audit services, like IT consulting, like financial consulting, like outsourcing of accounting services, tax consulting, and IFRS. Actually, the number of auditing firms in Russia trying to decrease too, and actually their presented number of auditing firms according to the criteria as obligatory auditing. It's identified in item 5 of law about auditing. And you know that the most clients are clients from obligatory auditing. The distribution of auditing firm in Russia presented in the slide number 3, and there was very interesting figure. You see that in Moscow there are approximately 35 percentages of auditing firm, but we have very interesting figures, official figure from Ministry of Finance of Russia. Actually, Moscow auditing firm has a revenue approximately 90 percentages. It means that 35% of auditing firm from Moscow get a revenue of 90 percentages. St. Petersburg get a revenue 6%. Other regions all over Russia, including Siberia, get a revenue 4%. Its share of audit market, peculiarities of audit market in Russia. Age of audit firm, actually you see that the most audit firms are very old, 5 years and more, and there are very few auditing firms who are just starting their business today. It's in profitable business just now in Russia. If you will see structure of the income of audit organization, you will see some interesting figure. Share of income from carrying out of auditing is 39%. 39%. The rest is 60%, 61%. It's non-audit services like accompanying, like other auditing, like compilation, review, coordinated procedures, and others. Share of income From rendering other services, you see 56%. It includes tax consulting, management consulting, juridical consulting, IT technology, development of investment project, training in auditing, and etc. If you will see indicators of typical audit organization in Russia, it's not my figures, it's official figures of my Minister of Finance. You will see typical audit organization in St. Petersburg. I'm from St. Petersburg, and I like to make some advertising of our auditing. Number of conducting audit activities, 12 years. A number of employees, 6, and number of auditors are 4 persons. It's these people who has a certificate to make auditing and who correspond to some requirements established by self-regulated audit organizations. And then income from carrying out auditing, it's in million rubles, but it's approximately 104 million rubles. It's approximately 1,500 euros. Income to one employee here, it's approximately 4,500 euros. Income from carrying out auditing, it's approximately, this one figure, it's approximately 3,000 euros. Distribution of clients of audit organizations, which financial statement is audited according to revenue volume, one of the main criteria of obligatory auditing. You see here, 400 million rubles, it's approximately 5.7 million euros. Then, distribution of clients of audit organizations, which financial statement is audited according to economic activity. It's, look here, it's wholesale and retail trade, and it construction area. There are our main clients. And characteristics of audit as a business professional service. Actually, audit as a service is characterized by a number of typical features general to all services. There we see 2 general characteristics. It's inseparability of process of rendering service from his subject, and intangibility of results of process of rendering service. There are 2 main characteristics. Audit represents today professional intellectual service, and it's one of the typical feature of audit as a professional service firm. As one kind of activity, audit and audit services in general have a number of specific features which form their qualitative definitions, acting as a criteria of the identification in some other services. First, audit belongs to professional services. It means audit service plus other services. It's non-audit activities, review, compilation, coordinated proceedings, and etc. Actually, there exist 2 groups of services. The services assuming ensuring confidence, and this confidence you can understand may be positive or negative, and the services which aren't assuming ensuring confidence. There are non-audit services. It used to be the first specific feature of auditing. The second specific feature of auditing is expanded character of addressing is inherent in a result of audit. It means that customers and initiator of service is the management or representative of the owner of the economic subject, but the recipients of the results are unlimited circle of interest parties of the economic subject. There are the second typical feature of auditing. And the third typical feature of auditing is that, there exists a possibility of its rendering in a complex with the other services connected with audit activities. Service in the form of audit is therefore has a complex character. It means the third typical characteristics of audit as a professional service. It means that using 1, 2, 3 typical characteristics, we can make a conclusion that today audit has all typical features as a professional services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Maybe you have questions for Professor? No questions. Thank you.
15 minutes to questions to everybody.
Dear participants of first sessions of our conference, thank you very, very much for your attention. I would like again, once more, to welcome you at our conference and wish you interesting reports, new ideas and discussions in next sessions, and of course, good appetite at lunch. Thank you very much.
Let's continue our conference and to start second part of the sessions and invite our speaker, Ingrida Muckutė, who is Director of Accounting Methodology Department of Finance Ministry of Lithuania. And she will present the report Regulation of Public Sector Accounting in Lithuania, Influence of International Public Sector Accounting Standards.
Good afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch. And now I will present you, my topic will be Regulation of Public Sector Accounting in Lithuania, Influence of International Public Sector Accounting Standards. I'm going to have a short look during this presentation at the legal requirements referring to international public sector accounting standards, on ongoing EU initiatives which could influence our national regulation in near future, and finally I will give you a short comparison of national public sector accounting standards and international public sector accounting standards, which further I will use abbreviation for them, IPSAS. So firstly, about the provisions in legal acts. So in the accounting law, in our Lithuanian accounting law, in Article 3, there is a provision that Lithuanian public sector accounting standards are prepared in accordance to IPSAS and other materials prepared by IPSAS board, recommended practice and guidelines. And it's worth to mention that first time this reference, this kind of reference to IPSAS was introduced in the accounting law at the end of 2003. And then there was no accounting standards for public sector at all at that time. So this reference, this goal of complying that our public sector accounting standards would be compliant with IPSAS was already at that time. And now about as we are a member of EU, Lithuania is a member state of European Union, so of course we are influenced by legislation at EU level. So again, if to talk about the accrual accounting, because in public sector the accounting is a little bit, the history of accounting, the accounting is a little bit different, because only recently public sector accounting is in transition from cash basis to accrual basis. And it is usually said in some other countries that in the public sector they use modified cash principle or modified accrual principle, and actually it's not clear at all what does it mean modified, what kind of modification they use. So for example, in European Union, European institutions, those European Commission, European Parliament, Council, Court of Justice, they started to use accrual accounting from 2006. But harmonization in public sector in all EU countries, as we have accounting directive which was presented by Audrius Linartas for the private companies. So for public sector, harmonization is not implied by European laws. However, in 2011, at the end of 2011, it was approved Council directive on requirements for budgetary frameworks of the member states, which already asked to have unified accounting system, and in the last provisions of that directive, it was kind of delegation to the European Commission by 31st December 2012 to assess suitability of international public sector accounting standards for the member states. So that was kind of a start of the idea of uniform accrual-based accounting standards in all EU member states. So why there was a reference to IPSAS? Because actually harmonized, unified, the same accounting standards actually would lead to seek the objectives like objectives of financial reporting in public sector, like harmonized accounting and financial reporting, completeness of information, comparability of information, transparency, and of course fiscal stability and better accountability. So these goals were kind of declared that we need more harmonized accounting in order to have all these completeness, comparability, transparency, stability, etc. So EU started after that directive. There was a number of EU initiatives, and here in this slide I illustrate you kind of what was schedule and what was vision of European Commission at the beginning of 2013, and later I will comment how these initiatives are going on. So after that directive, we had first IPSAS suitability study. It was prepared IPSAS suitability study. The same year, it was high-level conference organized in Brussels, where many responsible people, European Parliament, European Commission, said their views on accrual accounting, on IPSAS. Later, at the end, last year, we had impact assessment, and then Commission had kind of idea that should be some European Commission's communication, which would mean kind of declaration that accrual accounting, international public sector accounting standards should be used. And when this communication, if that communication received enough political support, the later stage would mean preparation of, and I would like to pay your attention, not IPSAS, but already we are starting to talk about EPSAS. What does it mean? It means European public sector accounting standards, not international, but European public sector accounting standards. The same time, EPSAS implementation stage, and later the final stage of this accounting reform would be consolidation of all public sector entities. So now I will present in more detail the conclusions or some main aspects of every of these steps. So study on suitability of IPSAS. So this on the 6th March of 2013, European Commission released the report to the Council and the European Parliament towards implementing harmonized public sector accounting standards in the member states. And main conclusions were that IPSAS cannot easily be implemented in the European Union member states as it stands currently. And why? Because in IPSAS there are some IPSAS contain alternative accounting treatments. For example, in property, plant and equipment IPSAS, you can choose between cost model and revaluation model, and it is meant that if we want to harmonize accounting in the public sector, we should not have this the possibility to choose and use different models. The second reason for not sufficient for the conclusion that IPSAS cannot easily be implemented is that public sector specific areas still are not covered by IPSAS. So there are no specific IPSAS, for example, for heritage assets, for some kind of other areas also. And of course, European institutions are quite concerned about insufficient participation from EU public sector accounting authorities in IPSAS governance. It is kind of concern that IPSAS are prepared by private body, not for profit, but not governed by sufficient amount of institutions which would care about public good. And the other conclusion of that suitability study was that IPSAS standards represents an indisputable reference for potential EU harmonized public sector accounts. And here I have abbreviation EPSAS. So what does it mean? That means that IPSAS actually are already used in a number of member states as reference. For example, as I mentioned, in Lithuania, we have this reference from 2003, and we have our public sector accounting standards, national ones, for applicable from 2010. They are prepared according to international public sector accounting standards. And that means that EPSAS would be very similar to international, very similar to IPSAS. However, they need some amendments, and some amendments, maybe more clarity, less alternative options. And that's why the next step, as I showed previously, was the impact assessment. So on the 1st October 2004, European Commission published a study assessing the economic and social impacts of the proposed EPSAS reform. So there were three tasks according to that assessment study. First task was to assess the costs and benefits of EPSAS implementation at the European level. The next task was to analyze application of IPSAS by the member states and to provide recommendations on the way forward. And that assessment study was performed by PricewaterhouseCoopers. They chose a number of countries and went to interview them. Lithuania was one of the interviewees, where detailed analysis was performed by PwC. And of course, every member state, every country received a very detailed questionnaire, and based on those questionnaires, based on those interviews, the results of this impact assessment were presented. So the interesting thing is that, for example, we have already 17 from 28 member states which already adopt in some way international public sector standards, and the costs were assessed, evaluated based on maturity level. And here I would like to show you this illustration from that assessment report, impact assessment report. And here we see that dark orange is kind of mature accounting and IT systems in those countries, and the lightest color shows you where we have the poorest maturity. So those countries are Germany, Italy, Greece, Croatia, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. So actually they have cash-based accounting in public sector. Even they have not double entry, but single entry accounting. So it is quite interesting. It was quite interesting to hear me first time when I found it. So, and if to speak about maturity in more detail, so we see that top 5 countries which are rated as with highest compliance to IPSAS are United Kingdom, Estonia, France, Lithuania, and Sweden. And the bottom of the table in European Union are taken by Luxembourg, Cyprus, and Greece. And so it's about accounting maturity by country, and the same list, only slightly different numbers, are on IT maturity by country and government sector. So that was the results of that impact assessment study. So next, I would like to say some words about EU kind of approaches to the EPSAS reform. So their first intention was to follow approach 1, which means that first we prepare and adopt framework regulation. That means some legal act for European Union, which would state that accrual accounting, EPSAS are mandatory for each member state. And then the next step would be preparation of EPSAS and step-by-step implementation of them. So it would take about, at first, actually, Commission showed the schedule of 6 years, starting from 2015. Now the schedule takes 8 years, and this approach means that we want to achieve fiscal transparency and comparability in a stepwise process and in one go. So comparability and transparency in one go. But as this approach was criticized and raised much opposition even from some countries which in principle support accrual accounting, and why? Because harmonization was seen as a hidden threat to the national accounting and financial reporting systems, also as a threat of influence of statistical rules to accounting. So the Commission presented the approach number 2. So this approach is quite new. It was presented only in September this year. And this approach is a little bit slightly different, not slightly, it's different because it takes to the first place fiscal transparency and later comparability. And that means that European Commission firstly invites country voluntarily to implement IPSAS, International Public Sector Accounting Standards, encouraged by Commission's funding. Commission proposes, invites countries to initiate the projects of transferring to IPSAS, and then would provide help, financial also. And during that phase of voluntary implementation, there would be preparatory works that all these European public sector accounting standards in that period could be prepared. And then when we will have, after the end of that first stage, when we have voluntary implementation, when we have all these drafts of EPSAS, then would follow legal act, directive or regulation with following stage of implementation, mandatory implementation. So first we have voluntary stage, then we have mandatory stage. And this approach takes more time, as you see, however, provides more flexibility to member states. And currently 3 member states, Portugal, Malta, and Cyprus, they are under voluntary implementation of IPSAS. And for the last part of my presentation, I would like to give you a short comparison of national public sector accounting standards and international public sector accounting standards. But firstly, I would like to say some words about the classification of standards, because in that impact assessment study, there was, as I said, a task to present some kind of way forward, how this reform should be implemented in European Union. And international public standards were classified into 3 groups. First group were standards that might be implemented with minor or no adaptation. The second group that international public standards that may need some amendments or for which implementation guidance is needed. And the last group is the most complex, the most complicated, is topics for which no standard exists yet, but for which a standard or implementation guidance is needed. And what we see Here we see a very detailed table. I will comment only the differences. We see what international public sector accounting standards are approved and what national public sector standards are approved on the same topic. And for example, we have slight differences on cash flow statements that according to our national accounting standards, we have two types of cash flows, direct and indirect. Then, for example, according to the standard providing for accounting policies, changes in accounting estimates and errors, so we don't have retrospective restatement accounting according to our national standards. We don't have, for example, standards for borrowing or for interest in joint ventures. But for example, there are no differences with regard to revenue from exchange transactions. The biggest concern about investments in associates is that even in the European Union, all these discussions are about what should be the scope of consolidation, what entities should be consolidated into the public sector. And of course, when we have those EPSAs in some future, so this could affect our national standards as well. So we don't have financial reporting in hyperinflationary economies standard because it's not relevant for our economy. We don't have construction contracts. It's also not relevant for our public sector. Our standard for leases and other asset transfer contracts are, I would say, more detailed. With regard to property, plant and equipment, so IPSAS allow for cost model and revaluation model, and our national public sector accounting standards allows for cost model and the fair value model. So it is also slight difference, and why we chose to have fair value instead of revaluation. Why we do not follow the IPSAS, because revaluation should be done periodically, at least every 5 years. And of course, for state entities, it would be quite expensive. So fair value model is applied only for land and heritage assets. The next standards about impairment, the provisions of those standards are more or less the same. And my comment would be that actually for public sector entities it's especially difficult is to make judgments. They see it as a really complex matter. Referring to agriculture, IPSAS on agriculture, so we have standard on biological assets and mineral resources, and for example in IPSAS they have no provisions for mineral resources at all. The other interesting standard would be the new one. So first time adoption of accrual basis international public sector accounting standards was approved in January this year. We did not have any kind of this standard. However, in every of our standards we have transitional provisions and we had rules on transitions. So the difference probably between those two is that IPSAS allows for deemed cost. So our national accounting standards allowed for deemed cost in exceptional circumstances only. So the second group, which I mentioned before, the second group is about those standards which are expected to have some amendments or guidances. So one of this group is consolidated and separate financial statements. So again, we have a slight difference from international public sector accounting standards, and the difference is that national public sector accounting standards requires consolidate only financial statements of public sector entities which are defined as such. What does it mean? That not every entity which receives some financing from state budget or municipal budget is treated as public sector entity. However, most of them, and for example, according to IPSAS, Government business entities should be also consolidated, but according to our national accounting standards, government business enterprises are not consolidated. According to segment reporting, so we have segments based on state function, and there are no differences in the other kind of revenue from non-exchange transactions. We don't have a standard for presentation of budget information in financial statements, though this one is really interesting and would be interesting for our public sector as well, I think. And the last group, which was said that there was no standard at all. So actually, the situation is a little bit different because we already have conceptual framework for IPSAS, and all these definitions, main concepts are described in our first public sector accounting standard presentation of financial statements and in the public sector accountability law. Accounting standard for social benefits, we do not have this, and there is only a plan to prepare this international public sector accounting standards for 2017. And though there is no IPSAS for non-exchange expenses from non-exchange transactions or for heritage assets, we have provisions for these areas in our public sector accounting standards, and how to say, there is no international provisions, but for our national purposes we have these in our standards. And for concluding my presentation, so what we see that our national public sector accounting standards in principle do not contradict to IPSAS. EU initiatives regarding accrual principle and EPSAS based on IPSAS would be acceptable to Lithuania, and their cost would be relatively very low. And the figures from that PW study are that 48 euro cents per inhabitant, or 0.004% of GDP during all EPSAS implementation period. So if we have implementation period for 5 years, let's say, so these figures are for the whole period. So the figures are really not significant. And the most probable amendments of national public sector accounting standards in the future would be maybe changing the definition of public sector entity, changing the scope of consolidation, and of course new provisions on social benefits. So that's it. And here I provide you some interesting links. It's European Commission established web link EPSAS, www.epsas.eu. The second link is in our page. We have all our accounting standards, and for questions I provide you my email. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. I want to introduce myself. My name is Iveta Mietule. I'm from Latvia, and I'm here together with my colleagues, with Professor Rilo Tarbidane and our PhD students, Aljona Klodane. Firstly, I want to thank all organizers of this conference, because we are here first time in Vilnius University, but I hope not last time. And now, next speaker, Aljona Klodane, the title of presentation, the methods for evaluation and recognition of the balance sheet items in financial accounting and their impact on calculation of the liquidity ratio.
It's a very big pleasure to be here, and I would like to present our research with title The Methods for Evaluation and Recognition of the Balance Sheet Items in Financial Accounting and their impact on calculation of the liquidity ratios. The authors consider, we consider that the methods of presentation and valuation of the accounting information in the financial statements impact significantly the veracity, appraisal of the indicators, and the economic decisions that are made. And so, the aim of this research is to analyze and to assess the techniques for valuation and recognition of the specific balance sheet items, their impact on the liquidity ratios of the commercial companies, to raise issue on the changing trends of the liquidity ratios of the Latvian companies, and to elaborate proposals to improve the identification of liquidity ratios. Financial statement is a structural presentation of the financial situation and the results of the financial performance of the company. In the international standards regarding financial statements and in the Latvian legal regulation on the financial statements, different norms defining the structure of the financial statements, information, disclosure, and use of valuation methods are provided. For instance, in accordance with the first international accounting standard, the liabilities towards the employees deriving from the employment relations are presented as a part of the current liabilities. The standard doesn't indicate directly that these liabilities have to be necessarily presented as a distinct line item as we do in Latvia. Also, some of the liabilities can be evaluated only by estimates. Therefore, in some cases, these liabilities are referred to as provisions. In some countries, these provisions are not referred to as liabilities. And different approaches used in Latvian and Lithuanian financial accounting presenting in the balance sheet. The sums envisaged for the payment of the employees' accrued vacations could be used as an example. In Lithuania, the accrued payments for the employees' idle vacations are presented as a part of liabilities. In turn, in Latvia, during the recent years, most of the entities have presented these accrued payments as a part of provisions. And as you can see, in Latvian balance sheet, provisions are presented as a distinct line item. And calculating the liquidity ratios, the current assets and their elements are related to the liabilities without regard to the total provisions in the liability side of the balance sheet. Opposite to the international standards of the financial statements, the term accrued liabilities isn't defined in Latvian legislation. To some extent, it contributes to the presentation of some deferred payments as a part of the provisions, rather than in the line item of the accrued liabilities. And presentation of all times of the future payments as a part of the liabilities rather than part of the provisions shall be positively evaluated from the point of view of financial analysis. As the liabilities are presented in compliance with the concept of fairness and clarity and the discretion principle, consequently, the financial analysis indicators of all times are relatively more reliable. And this figure depicts the liquidity ratios of the Latvian commercial companies in 2004 till 2013. The liquidity ratios are calculated dividing the relevant elements of the assets of the balance sheet by only the current liabilities without provisions. And on this data analysis, we can conclude that, first of all, current liquidity ratio exceeds the minimal margin 1. Moreover, the indicators has a tendency to decrease during the economic crisis in 2008 till 2010. Also, quick liquidity ratio is slightly above the critical margin of 7/10, and absolute liquidity ratio has significantly improved in 2013. Also, the value of this indicator depends to a large extent on the amount of cash in the accounts. at the end of the financial year. Therefore, this surplus is often biased. And if we look on this figure, we can see the refined results of the liquidity ratios calculation that are performed not only on the basis of the current assets of the commercial companies, but as well the element of the balance liabilities provisions, which in accordance with the economic essence are liabilities. The provided data are more precise, but also, as we can see, the liquidity ratios calculated by this method will always be lower. And these refined results of the liquidity ratios of the Latvian commercial companies during 2004 till 2013 had a tendency of fluctuation and approximating to the critical margin. And if we are rising up the issue about the valuation techniques, about other elements of the liquidity ratios in financial accounting, the following aspects shall be considered. First of all, value of the inventories in the balance sheet is impacted by the inventory valuation technique applied, and these assessments of the actual inventory situation. Also, value of the cash and its equivalents in specific cases are impacted by the exchange rate of the Bank of Latvia at the reporting date, and the debtor's balance shall be presented in the balance sheet as net value calculated by subtracting the loan loss provisions balance from the value of debtor's balance in accordance with accounting data. Hence, the valuation of debtors is impacted by the method used to identify loan loss provisions. And in summary of the study results analyzed in the research, we can conclude that first of all, in the study of a specific financial indicators, for example liquidity, it's significantly both to analyze and to assess data collection methodology in the accounting and to assess the methods for recognition of these elements in the financial statements. Also, the object of this study, liquidity ratios, is based on the extensive data collection methodology recognition method in the balance in the financial statements that depends on the general accounting principles to some extent, and principles for presentation of this payment in the financial statements. And also, in the result of this research, the authors presented the adjusted liquidity ratios calculations that are performed considering not only the current liabilities of the commercial companies, but also the liability element of the balance sheet, the provisions, which in accordance with the economic nature is a liability. And to perform an accurate calculation of the liquidity ratios, the elements of the current assets shall be related to the total sum of the short-term creditors and short-term provisions. And the elaborated proposal is that in a Latvian annual accounts law, the legislature shall introduce a norm stipulating to classify separately long-term and short-term provisions in the liabilities part of the balance sheet that will ensure the possibility to calculate the refined liquidity ratios both for the individual entities and for the commercial companies in total. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Alona. Does anybody has any questions in the room? No? If no, I would like to invite Živilė Simonaitytė, who is doctor in our Department of Accounting and Audit, and also representative of the National Authority of Audit Office of Lithuania. And she will present the report, Problems and Solutions for Determining Control Risk.
So sorry, I have a long loading of presentation, but my presentation will be short. Today I want to talk with you about problems and solutions for determining control risk. And actually it's part of my PhD thesis, which I just defended a month ago, so still fresh and I hope interesting for you. So firstly, I would like to say why I was interested in this topic and why I chose to talk about this topic. A few years ago, or even some more years ago, I'm not so young anymore, I realized that there are a lot of firms which are audited, and they have the auditors who are saying that everything is okay and get the unqualified or unmodified audit opinions. And one of the parts which has to be evaluated by the auditor is the ongoing of the company and being able to conduct the business. And after that, after the unmodified opinion, these companies anyway, they go bankrupt. And here are just some of those most famous, probably some famous in Lithuania, some famous in the world companies. And I decided to look what is the reason for that and why auditors give unmodified opinions, but still those companies are not able to conduct their business. So basically I came up that the reason for this is audit risk, and auditors are not able to evaluate audit risk sufficiently enough. That's why they come up with the wrong audit opinions. And the classical audit risk model consists of three elements: inherent risk, control risk, and detection risk. So we look at those three models, those three elements. There are some other elements, other models. So one of them introduces business risk, another one introduces risk of independence and risk of competence. But after examination of those models, I realized that no one in the world, at least, use those two models, and everybody in the conduction of the audit use the classical audit risk model with inherent, control, and detection risk. Then I tried to examine all the elements of this classical audit risk model, and what I saw that inherent risk is the one which is subject to the environment of the business. And nowadays, who can say that one environment is risky and another one is not? So basically, all the companies are risky, and all of them have a very high inherent risk. Detection risk, then the other one from the other side, is solely based on the amount of the procedures conducted by the auditor. So if we want to reduce detection risk, we have to increase the work of the auditor. And well, we want to have audit results as soon as possible and as good as possible. So basically, detection risk is also not the one to look at. So that's how I came up that control risk is the one which should be evaluated in order to ensure that audit risk could be reduced. And well, maybe unmodified opinions only about the companies which should get such opinions given. And then I started looking at the control risk, and what I did, I just conducted a survey of Lithuanian auditors about their views on audit risk elements, and especially on control risk. So, for example, here are some responses which I got from the auditors. What components do they evaluate? We see that all the auditors say that they look at the detection risk, and 2/3 of the auditors evaluate control risk, and only 27% evaluate inherent risk. And the hardest one is to evaluate, almost the same percentages, is inherent risk and control risk. So auditors don't have any problems with the detection risk, but they maybe don't know how to look at inherent risk and control risk. One more question which was asked: what is the reasons why it is hard to evaluate that component? Why do you have problems with that? So basically the answer, the most popular answer, is that it's difficult to gather evidence due to about its existence. And of course there are some other elements by like a lot of factors or uncertainties of the audited company. One more question, then looking at control risk and why it's hard to evaluate control risk. was because looking at the auditor, and they said that it's just, I don't know, there are a lot of answers, but basically they say that the requirements are unclear. It's hard to understand what is control risk. We don't have an adequate methodology for control risk assessment. So basically, all the elements got quite a lot of responses and quite a high percentage. And then I was asking auditors what do they want? Do they want a methodology for control risk assessment? They said yes. After that, the second question was, what should be the methodology and what, I don't know, do you want to see in that methodology? So basically, the most popular answer is simplicity, and the model should be simple to use. You can go through my PhD thesis and decide whether it's simple or not, but I hope that yes, but I'm not the one to decide on that. So basically that were the expectations of the auditors, and after that I followed with the creation of the model. I won't go through all the elements of the model and all what is there, just quickly looking at the control risk elements and the idea of how it should look. So it's comprised of the main COSO elements, as the auditors also said that control risk assessment, and it's useful that control risk should be based on internal control evaluation and based on COSO elements, which have to be evaluated according to international auditing standards. So the model of control risk assessment is based on COSO model and control environment in the background of the model, risk evaluation, which is the base for evaluation, then the control procedures of the company. On top there is monitoring and information and communication. That's the basic frame, and I promised to you the loading of the presentation was long, but the presentation was short, so I'm ready to answer your questions.
So thank you, Živile, very much. So maybe we will have some questions to Živile. I think her presentation was very interesting, as well as Alona's and Ingrida's. Thank you. But if you don't want to ask here, so you will be able to write a mail, maybe email for Živile or something.
Okay. And next speaker, Justyna Zabava, Wrocław University of Economics, Poland. Title of presentation is The Choice of Banking Partners in the Context of Environmental Responsibility of Banks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon everyone, Laba Dziena. Let me introduce myself. My name is Justyna Zabava. I am a worker and a researcher at Wrocław University of Economics, Department of Banking, Institute of Finance Management, and I am interested in my research career at the Wrocław University of Economics in finance and banking, but especially in green finance, corporate social responsibility, and green economy. So today I want to give you a general overview about green finance, green banking, and that what is today important. I think it is a new approach, not new, but something new for banking sector. So the topic of my today presentation is as follows, how you see on this picture. It is the choice of a banking partner in the context of environmental responsibility of banks. So let's start, and my presentation will be not short, not too long, but I think it is very interesting for me and for us too. So my presentation consists of 4 parts. The first is an introduction. Then we can go to the modern banks as environmentally responsible entities. In the third part, it is eco-responsibility of Polish bank institutions who or which are operate at the moment in Warsaw Stock Exchange. And in the end, we can we can talk about the environmental responsibility of the largest global banking institutions. For example, the banks which operate on financial sector in the world, for example, about the biggest bank when we speak about the assets. So, we know how very important in today's modern economy is the green economy. We should know our green finance, corporate social responsibility. Natural resources, when we observe today modern economy, they reduce, unfortunately, from year to year. And for this purpose, I think, and I know that a lot of people today too, that for this purpose, this green income economy is very important, and modern companies of the financial sector, but not only, for example, normal people, display and play a huge role in this area connected with environmental protection. When these natural resources reduce from year to year on the world, in this place, instead of in these resources, we should to use, for example, renewable energy sources. But in this moment, we have a very big and huge problem with financing of this huge investment, because the amount of this investment are very, very big and not so enough money on the world, and we need to help of financial institution, for example, banks. So this trend is also connected with environmental protection, with environmental friendly orientation. Financial institute on financial market is not only in Polish banking sector, but I know and I think that in a lot of countries on the world, for example, in Italy and in Germany too. Last month I was in Germany when I cooperate with I think very interesting project connected with renewable energy sources and financing this investment. In Germany, everything is green, everything is environmental responsible, and for example, in years 2050, they want, also as government and people too, like government, in 2050, energy from renewable energy sources should be about 80%. And in Hessenland, for example, 100%. But financial institutions have to support this investment, because without this institution, we can speak about eco-environmental friendly bank institution and eco-friendly companies. So, and when we think about eco-friendly institution, we think first of all about environmental friendly investment. But it is not only that, because this institution, these banks, operate like normal companies. Also, we can think about internal management strategies, because these companies use resources like another normal companies. For example, water, paper, electricity, and another one. So, these eco-responsible consumers have to think about choosing these bank institutions which are eco-friendly, but we should to know which factors, which ratios can help us to decide which banks is eco-friendly and which bank we can choose in the future. So, but a lot of experts, a lot of companies and a lot of organizations can help us if in context. And for example, our decision and our activities can be supported by, for example, pro-ecological institutions, social organization, expert organization, local community, public sector, and for example, environmental friendly media. So, and then we can use a very important and very huge factors. They can help us to choose this very important banking. And when we think about corporate social responsibility and in banking sector, in financial sector, and in this area about eco-friendly institutions, we should know that the earliest concept connected with this corporate social responsibility came from 18 years in 20th century, and the awareness of people who know what is eco-friendly, and what kind of companies are eco-friendly and what are connected with corporate social responsibility, these companies cooperate on Polish market system and Polish financial services. And in last year, it was 1 year or 2 years ago, PricewaterhouseCoopers, one of company, did research about corporate social responsibility and environmental eco-friendly institutions. And it turned out that more than 50% of bosses of the companies know that natural resources, climate changes, urban development, and demographic trends, they are very important for the operation of their companies in the future, in the long and short perspective. And what it turned out to, that 75% of these respondents, of these bosses of the companies, show that social needs and the regret for future generation were important not only for the society as a whole, but also for the effectiveness, cooperation and operation of economic entities in the world and in the Europe. According to researchers 2 years ago, it turned out that share prices of companies that cooperate in this area, also corporate social responsibility and environmental protection, are mostly higher than normal company. Normal, it means that they are not involved in this area connected with corporate social responsibility. And based on analysis of basic ratio, for example, financial indexes such as solvency ratio, total asset or net financial position, we can check that these banks and these financial institutions, which are eco-friendly and responsible for environment and do a lot of things in this area, they are in much better position than another. And when we speak about corporate social responsibility in financial institution area, we can speak about, and we should to speak about social responsible investment. So in this area connected with financing investment of financial institution. And when we are like a client of the financial institution, like a company or like normal people, natural person, in Warsaw Stock Exchange of Poland, we have a lot of companies. Between this, we have 60 or 70 financial institutions, banks, credit institutions, and on this Warsaw Stock Exchange, since 2007, we have special index. It means respect index, and this index is connected with this area, what we speak, also corporate social responsibility. In this index, since 2007 to 2014, we have from year to year a few banks. So we can check that. And for example, you see on this picture from 2009 and 2014. The first edition was in 2009 or 2007 to 2013, and last edition of this index was 1 year ago, so 8th edition in 2014. And from the first edition, we had 3 banks, and at the moment we have 6 very important and big financial institutions. What it means? It means that these institutions are very important for our environment, for our future. And if company, or for example, if this client, like we, want to choose this credit institutions which is eco-friendly, environmental friendly, we can, this index can help us. What it means? This means that not only that these institutions are eco-friendly, but they are a very good economic efficiency, because earlier this the special research to choose these banks, not because on the list we have not only banks but another companies, but more of these companies. On the list we have about 20 companies are part of this credit institution. They produce normal goods, and they are very good economic efficiency position on our Warsaw Stock Exchange. The next initiative which can help us to choose a very good eco-friendly bank institution for me and for us and, for example, for another companies. It is initiative social reports, but this case is connected first of all with reporting connected with corporate social responsible. Because in Poland, all banks, and when we speak about banks in Poland, I have to talk that the sector in Poland consists of about 60 commercial banks and about 500-600 community banks. And all these banks, commercial banks, have to prepared a very good corporate social responsibility report, and this initiative is connected with this report. But what we can see in this case, in this annual report, only from 2007 to 2013, we have only 3 banks between another companies which have a very good corporate social responsibility reports. And the another, it is ranking odpowiedzialnych firm, very important and I think very famous in Poland. So ranking of responsible companies, there are a lot of about 500 the biggest companies, and between this we have Polish credit institutions, and there is a very interesting, a very important viewpoint of corporate social responsibility management quality. And in this case, we have much more information than in the earlier, and very important for us as a client when we want to choose eco-friendly credit institution. What we can see in 2007 to 2014, because it will be on the next slide, we have a lot about from 8 to 11 bank institutions. That what we see here that are first of all commercial banks, but on this list and for the area list we don't have unfortunately community banks. I think that they are too small that to provide so a very important information in corporate social responsibility, and community banks are not operated in Warsaw Stock Exchange, so it is purpose for that they are not on the first ranking. And the next year, from 2011, 2012, 2014, the last edition, when we have the most famous credit institution in Poland, corporate like a stocks exchange. And this creation of a lot of indexing which can help us as clients of credit institution, it is not only trend in Poland, but also in Europe and in the world, in a lot of countries, because there's indexes use a lot of methodologies, they are very various and very different, and evaluation criteria. So on this picture you have seen the most important, I find that the most popular in the world, it is the Dow Jones Stability Index from 19 years earlier century, and since this year the new indexes were developed in this time and in similar fashion both for global ranking and we have these indexes in region parties too and in countries. And in the sector financial, it turned out that the present leader is what kind of bank? In Australia. Australia and New Zealand Banking Group, founded in 1834. It was the 3rd largest bank in this country and in the biggest bank in New Zealand, connected with this corporate social responsibility. Other world indexes you can show, and they are connected with eco-friendly institutions, not only with credit institutions, but all they are involved in this area connected with eco-friendly operating. So Calvert, FTS, Etabil, Stability, São Paulo Index, and MSCI, and a lot of others, but they are very important, and I think that they are more popular on the world. And another were dedicated for corporate social responsibility, but in Germany, because I think that the Germany are on the top when we think and we thought about green economy, corporate social responsibility, and green living. We have Umweltbank, Aktiengesellschaft. It is very important for to be eco-friendly in this country, and there are a special index for financial institutions, Aktien Index, UBAI, and it is connected not in the this area corporate social responsibility, but with this part, so to be environmental, further of environmental protection. And for the 10 biggest banks in the world, when we think about asset, and for example, when we can show on this picture, we have, for example, HSBC Group, BNP Paribas Group, and Mitsubishi Group. All these banks are in the top when we think about the most important and of the biggest bank, and all these banks are on these indexes. So it is confirmation that these banks are really eco-friendly institution and in the future, when we think about protection our world and our natural resources, our renewable energy sources, we can think and we can choose as people or as companies this credit institution and products of this institution. And in the end, Germany again. So Deutsche Bank Aktiengesellschaft in global CSR, so corporate social indexes. And you can see on this picture, on this exactly two pictures, and this, in how many indexes is listed this bank. So really this bank, Deutsche Bank Aktiengesellschaft and Umweltbank Aktiengesellschaft are very on the top. So they think very, very interesting ideas, and they made a very interesting things in internal management resources and have a lot of support financing program, for example, for solar panels, for photovoltaic panel, for a lot of renewable energy sources and equipment which use this renewable energy sources. So it will be all what I have to. I think that it was not too long and interesting for you, but because I know that the green economy and green responsibility credit institution are our future, and natural resources are unfortunately not for all the time. So if you think about the future, you have to think about green economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justina, very much. So, if anybody has question, they may ask Justina or just write maybe an email. Okay, and now I would like to invite Rasa Pajovytė. She is director of Lithuanian Chamber of Auditors of Lithuania, and she will present the report, Audit, Quality Improvement and Public Supervisory System Changes in Lithuania, Development, Current Situation and Outlook.
So good afternoon, everybody, and I hope to talk not too much, to let you to have your coffee break. And today I'm going to talk about audit quality and oversight system in Lithuania, its development, future, and all other questions. And first of all, I would like to talk about the objective of this research, and it was to analyze and describe the system of audit quality and oversight currently designed and implemented in Lithuania, and to identify potential areas of improvement. And of course, this research had some certain tasks to take. And as you all know, the key objective of the audit is to determine whether financial statements of audited entity fairly represented all material aspects its financial position. And after planning and performing mandatory audit procedures in accordance with the ISAs, an auditor provides the outcome of the audit, the independent auditor's report on entity financial statements. And that is why the audit report should give a certain minimum level of assurance concerning the reliability of financial information. High quality of audit procedures ensures the quality of audit outcomes and gives confidence to information users in making decisions. Therefore, the audit quality assurance creates a background for qualitative audit. And in Lithuania, the system of audit began from 1990, and the first quite certain period from 97 to 2000 is the beginning of the quality assurance system, and it had minimum procedures and documentation requirements. And this system was based on self-control, nothing more, only self-control. In 2000, the Ministry of Finance has the new task, the task for control of audit quality, but this function was not begun to realize, and it wasn't made. In 2002, the chamber was established, and from this moment we have the first steps of quality control, which was made not self. And there was established first audit methodology as well as national standards on auditing, and code of ethics for auditors were developed. There was no any systematic and regular oversight and control of auditors and audit firms' activities. And in 2004, after extension of the rights of the Audit Quality Control Committee, the audit oversight became independent. The planning element was adapting for the oversight of auditors and audit firms. In 2008, the audit quality assurance is being implemented by the Authority of Audit and Accounting, together with our chamber. Chamber establishes the procedures of implementation of audit quality assurance and organizes audit quality assurance reviews. The authority ensures the quality of conducted audits by performing investigations. The fifth stage of audit quality control system development was strongly influenced by EU directive, which is also considered as a background for public oversight. In this directive, it is required to organize a system of public oversight for statutory auditors and audit firms, which is governed by non-practitioners, is able to conduct investigation, has ultimate responsibility for securing audit quality, registration of auditors, approval of national professional standards, and it should be transparent and sufficiently financed. And the last step, which is going to begin in 2016, is regarding new directive and regulation. And in Lithuania, this system is only being created because we have only draft document on it. So at this moment, we have a system of audit quality assurance, which is comprise all its members. So auditors, audit firms, chamber, and public oversight body, our authority. And the chamber ensures audit quality by promoting and monitoring auditors' professional development through audit regulation. Each audit firm undergoes current review of audit quality control. Audit quality reviews and public oversight is carried out respectively by the chamber and authority. Therefore, and audit quality is ensured to preventive, current, and follow-up control level. Unfortunately, retrospective control is still missing in each of these levels due to insufficient communication between different participants of the system, lack of a spirit of goodwill, particularly between persons exercising oversight and other participants. Therefore, it is necessary to have better communication between chamber and authority, audit firms and auditors, and more fluent, transparent communication would allow growth of audit quality and more efficient quality control system. And Euro has many various audit public oversight systems. In any case, the control system should comprise auditors and audit firms who are engaged in audit of listed entities, other public interest entities, and other audited entities. Lithuania has created and operates the audit quality control system of different levels, forms, and institutions, which comprises internal review, what are carried out inside an audit firm, first level, and independent reviews of audit by chamber, second level, and public oversight and investigation by authority, and it is third level. And authority together with chamber implements quality assurance of audits carried out by auditors and audit firms, and during 5 years, almost 2020 audit firms and almost 350 auditors we are included in review plans, and we are subject to review procedures. And public oversight in almost the same period, we are making investigation, and during this period we have made 16 audit investigation, 7 under request of the Central Bank of Lithuania, 6 regarding the procedures in chamber, and 3 upon other persons' requests. And what was the reason behind regulatory changes? Legislators admitted that the main reason was lack of skepticism and rendering of non-audit services to audit clients at the time of audit. A large gap between expectations of audit clients and users also should be noted. There are those who require high quality for a low price, while others may need sufficient guarantee for the going concern of an audited entity, rather than assurance on the correctness of information in financial statement. Limited and insufficient communication and cooperation between auditors and regulators. Of course, lack of coordinated actions of regulators. Non-harmonized regulatory system, and the last is the lack of independence of audit oversight system. New legislation was aimed at elimination of detect or mitigation of their adverse effects. So in our new directive we have some very important regulations, and the main would be the sets new and additional requirements for the oversight of audit quality assurance. It establishes the system informing about infringement of the directive and the regulation, develops provisions for strengthening the role of an audit committee, and provides requirements for audit and all other not the less important items. And regulation is mostly and only important for public interest entities, and the changes are made only for them. So, talking about the situation in Lithuania, we must say that currently Lithuania is preparing a draft law, and the most discussions and disputes relate to the issue of ensuring optimal and effective audit quality and establishment and implementation of public oversight system of audit. It should be noted that the new directive and regulation does not include specific requirements for the composition or structure of the component authority. Therefore, the Chamber believes that it may be appropriate to preserve the composition of the oversight system. It should reflect a wide range of stakeholders and not merely governmental officials, such as representatives of business, regulators, and shareholders who are knowledgeable in the areas relevant to statutory audit. In accordance with directive and regulation, competent authorities' responsibilities for the public oversight are allowed to delegate particular tasks to professional bodies. It would be worth considering this possibility to focus practical solutions toward operational efficiency and economy. Moreover, we have impact on practical experience of professional associations and provides an opportunity for appropriate separation of powers. So we believe these ideas could be heard in Ministry of Finance, and some of functions will be delegated for our chamber. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Please, questions? No, thanks. And next speaker, Dr. Ekaterina Zuga from St. Petersburg State University, Russia. Title of presentation, Development of Statutory Regulation of Accounting in Russia. And after them, we are going to coffee break.
Let me greet all the participants of this conference and thank you for the organizers for the opportunity to take part in this conference. We do this research with my colleague Svetlana Karilskaya, but unfortunately she's not here. Today there were a lot of presentations devoted to the regulation, and my presentation won't be the exception, but it will be devoted to the history of regulation, mainly to the history of regulation. So, by the way, on the slide you can see the building. This is our Department of Economy in St. Petersburg. But so, to begin with, the target objective of our research was highlighting the characteristic features of development of statutory regulation of accounting in Russia and the historical periods in which they were brought into practice. And the research tasks were the following: division into periods of the history of Russian statutory regulation evolution, identification of major legal documents within each period, and revealing the legal features in every historical period by way of reviewing the core methodology principles described in this document. So, we divided three stages of development of accounting statutory regulations in Russia, and they are harmonization with the European standards of accounting regulation. The second one is information support for the planned economy, and the last one is harmonization with IFRS. Let's study each of them, but in more detail. And we, during our research, we tried to identify some groups of difference between these stages, and they are economic relation, pattern of accounting regulation, and main task of lawmaker. So as to economic relation, it's well known that historically Russia first took up the market economy route in the period before the revolution in 1917. Then it is turned to the planned economy during the Soviet period, and then it came back to the market economy since the end of 1980s, I should say. As to the next column and the next difference, pattern of accounting regulation, Jacques Richard some time ago suggested four patterns of accounting regulation. They are bankruptcy, state planning, then influence on exchange activities, and regulation through banks. As you can see, in Russia, only two of them were applied, and they are bankruptcy and state planning. In different historical periods, and the last column is devoted to the main task of lawmakers, and as you can see, they differs from one stage to another. And first of all, it was insolvency prevention, then it became state planning, and last main task was tax collection. To begin with history, bearing in mind some time limitation for the presentation, I will tell you about the first stage in detail, and some general results about other stages. So, and the first stage began from the first Russian legal act regulating accounting, and that was bankruptcy regulations. This document was adopted in 1740, and the adoption of this document was preconditioned by the necessity to set up the basics for civil legislation in Russia according to following the European mold. And the sample basic document for it was the Savary Code that was adopted in 1673, and the core problem of this document was the prevention of insolvency. So this idea was transferred into the Russian document, but as to Russian document, it was supplemented with the requirement of annual drawing up the book balance sheet, and this was a real problem for Russian practitioners, because they became acquainted with the double entry bookkeeping only in 1783 when the first book on double entry was published in Russia, and this book was the key to commerce. And then in 1800 there was a second edition of bankruptcy regulations, and in this document lawmakers made an attempt to teach entrepreneurs double entry bookkeeping, and they tried to specify different rules, different detailed descriptions about accounting procedure, and they presented an arithmetic filling of accounting registers for accountants right in the text of legal document. Well, and a new idea, a new then in this document was that the idea of the the division, the requirements of accounting, and so major companies were subject to full observance of the prescribed procedure and accounting rules, and small companies could restrict their accounting to the single entry bookkeeping. So, so in general, I should say that on the slide you can see, I suppose, the most important document that were adopted through the first stage, and one of the documents of great importance was the provision on companies with shares that was published in 1836. The legal system of accounting was replenished with shareholding legal regulations, and regulation through bankruptcy remained the dominant one. And the beginning of major changes in Russian regulatory system started from the next document, Procedure of Taxation of Commercial and Industrial Companies, that was published in 1885, and this document regulated the taxation procedures, the accounting procedures, and drawing up the financial statements. For Russia, it was the first document which specified the requirement for compulsory publication of companies' financial reporting in Bulletin of Finance, Production and Trade. This bulletin was the periodical of Ministry of Finance. Another document that was connected with the taxation was the provision on interstate tax. It was adopted in 1898. So, as you can see, at the end of the first stage, the purpose of tax collection began to dominate in the statutory regulation of accounting. So, and as to the major features of accounting regulation system, at the first stage, they are differentiation among the accounting rules dependent on the volume of the company's business activity, rulemaking for filling in accounting registers, uniformity of the rules for financial and tax accounting, detailed description of the accounting rules, and the drawing up reports in taxation law. So, and as to the next stage, this stage was titled as Stage of Information Support of Planned Economy. This stage started in 19 and 18. So this the task of lawmaker was to make a state planning for the purpose of data collection to solve issues at macro level. So it's peculiarity laid in detailed regulation of all the accounting rules at that time, and there were regulatory prescription for all the things, starting from the filling of primary documents and ending of the drawing up the accounting reports or financial statements. Well, and chart at those times, chart of accounts was the methodological base of accounting, and at that time the unification of the accounting rules that would make it made it possible to collect comparable data from companies, aggregate them without any additional processings into macro data per regions and per industries. Well, and the last stage, the stage of harmonization with IFRS began in 1991, and at this stage the rules of national system of accounting and reporting were brought into compliance with market economy requirements and IFRS, and in these circumstances the statutory regulation of accounting is carried through the state planning. Also, they have introduced the rule within the framework of the accounting statutory regulation by way of influencing the exchange activities. And I should say that modern Russian national system of accounting statutory regulation is built on the IFRS samples and includes the requirements for groups of companies' submission of consolidated reports formed with the observance of the IFRS rules. And for individual reporting, application of IFRS is not specified, but all the reporting standards have been drawn up on the IFRS basing. And also I should say that lawmakers, they attempt to follow the global trends in accounting, and they try to introduce the prevailing of the professional judgment for the Russian accountants, and variability of the accounting policy, and etc. However, lawmakers' progressive thinking, I should say, if it could be named as progressive thinking, and do not reflect on accountants' work, because accountants, they are accustomed to the long-lasting tradition, and they are still waiting for their control bodies step-by-step prescriptions for them to follow. And the absence of concrete prescriptions, because of absence of these prescriptions, accountants reject to apply their professional assumptions, and they request the Ministry of Finance to provide them some explanations on certain provision of legal acts. Something is wrong with this table, but and to conclude, some conclusions. The evolution of Russian statutory regulation of accounting has undergone 3 stages, as I told you before. And at each stage, new regulations, new rules were introduced and to comply with the historical period requirements and professional expectations. And the first stage was marked by introduction of the procedural regulation of accounting and uniformity of the rules of financial and tax accounting. At the second stage, there were detailed regulatory system for all the accounting rules, and there was unification of accounting rules for all the companies. And at that period, there are a lot of chart of accountants were adopted, they transformed, they graded for several times. So, and as to the last stage, during the last stage, there was an attempt to abandon the detailed regulation of all the rules of accounting and distinguish between financial and tax accounting. And this leads to the fact that in practice, experts make regulatory bodies supplement legal documents with the detailed instructions and bring the rules of financial and tax accounting closer with the framework of accounting policy elaboration. So, as to some features of Russian statutory regulation of accounting. So, as to implementation of IFRS, it is hindered by customs and traditions which existed in practice already since the end of 19th century. And for example, most detailed statutory regulation of accounting was brought into practice in 1800, and the second feature, traditional financial accounting, is closely associated with tax accounting that was brought into force in 1898. So, thank you for attention. I beg your pardon, but this topic is so big, and if you have any interest, you can read some materials on your disk, and you can write me some letters, and or better maybe it will be letters to my colleague. And we try to give you some additional materials on this topic, because there are a lot of material devoted to the last stage, a lot of material devoted to the second stage, maybe a bit less about first one, but we will try to share with you some materials if you have any interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ekaterina. It was a very interesting report. And I know that Igor Matyush, but he's not here now, is interested in the history of accounting. So I think you will have possibility during the evening or coffee breaks to talk about it. So we had the last presenter of our second part of the conference. Our coffee, I hope, is ready, because it has to be ready at 30 minutes past 3. But then we have free time till coffee break, and coffee break will be there in the hall where was welcome coffee and tea.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dear conference participants, dear professors, doctors, students, dear conference guests, and dear remote audience, welcome to the third session of the International Scientific Conference, Accounting, Audit, Analysis, Science, Studies, and Business Synthesis, that is held for the 70th anniversary of Accounting and Audit Department of Faculty of Economics, Vilnius University. For those who are watching us online, I should tell that the conference takes place in Vilnius, Lithuania, Vilnius University Faculty of Economics. My name is Aurelija Ulbinaitė, Associate Professor of Business Department, Faculty of Economics, Vilnius University, and my colleague is Professor Dr. Oksana Chumak. She is a professor at Kharkov Institute of Finance from Ukraine. We have, for this session, we have 1.5 hours, since our dinner is moved to 1 hour earlier, so it will start at 17:30. For now, we have I think 4 presenters who are ready to give a presentation. We would like that to remind you that each of you have time of around 20 minutes, up to 20 minutes. After each presentation, we will give time for questions and answers. So I think we can start this session. And now I would like to invite my colleague. It's my honor to invite Professor Dr. Oksana Chumak to present her paper, which is co-authored together with Associate Professor Dr. Ilya Savchenko from Ukraine, Kharkov Institute of Finance, and the paper is titled Theoretical and Applied Aspects of Estimation of State Enterprises Liabilities.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, I want to say thanks for the invitation to take part in organizing the committee of the conference. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome all of you at our workshop of International Scientific Conference, Accounting, Audit, Analysis, Science Studies, and Business Synthesis this warm autumn. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to the organizer and Mrs. Rasa Subachina in particular. The subject of the conference is very important and is dedicated to evaluate the state of cooperation between accounting, audit, and analysis. Nowadays, increasing level of competence and knowledge of next generation of scientists and professors is very important for our countries. Our experience and readiness to share our knowledge and ideas are highly valuable and needed. Once again, I would like to thank you for the invitation to come to the wonderful city of Vilnius this autumn. I wish all of us to have fruitful discussion and interesting findings. По нашему докладу я немножко расскажу на русском языке, поскольку по техническим причинам я не смогла сделать на английском. Сегодня в Украине происходит очень серьезное реформирование экономической системы страны. И я думаю, вы все это следите, об этом видите по телевизору. Предметом нашего исследования являются предприятия государственной формы собственности. Сегодня, последние 2 года, предприятия государственной формы собственности получали кредиты от государства, которые в государство привлекали из Международного валютного фонда, Мирового банка и так далее, из крупных финансовых организаций. Кредиты поступали в бюджет Украины и из бюджета передавались как кредитование бизнеса предприятий государственной формы собственности. В чем состоит основной вопрос нашего исследования? Сергей Леонидович уже на этом тоже делал акцент по Белоруссии, поэтому я обратила внимание, и та же проблема возникает и в Украине. Мы получаем кредиты в валюте евро либо доллара США, и когда мы зачисляем кредит, отражаем в учетной системе, он поступает в валюте, и при девальвации получается очень большая курсовая разница. С одной стороны, и с другой стороны получается, что кредитование государственного сектора искажается сумма, потому что заходила, если 1 евро по 10 гривен, то сегодня 1 евро 26 гривен. И, соответственно, задолженность страны перед фондами, задолженность предприятия перед страной, она в отчетности отражается недостоверно. С 1 января 2016 года планируется, что государственный сектор перейдет на международные стандарты. Но как-то мое мнение, это пока очень сомнительно, потому что нет соответствующей подготовки работников финансовых служб. Но работа в этом направлении ведется. Поэтому сегодня получается следующая схема. Курсовая разница, которая при этом возникает, она не является объектом учета как курсовая разница. Она просто ложится дополнительными расходами на бюджет нашей страны. Таким образом, получается ситуация, что изменение курса евро или доллара в прошлом 2014 году увеличило расходную часть бюджета, увеличился внешний долг страны перед Международным валютным фондом, Мировым банком и так далее, но в то же время задолженность предприятий государственной формы собственности в связи с этим не увеличилась. Следующий вопрос в том, что разница процентов, когда правительство страны Украины берет у Международного валютного фонда, и когда это правительство дает это кредитование предприятиям государственной формы собственности. То есть вот эта вот экономическая составляющая, которая не урегулирована на данный момент на высоком экономическом уровне, скажем так, она в системе бухгалтерского учета дает полное искажение кредиторской задолженности и, соответственно, валюты баланса предприятий государственной формы собственности. Поэтому мы, изучив те исследования, которые были в Украине, и плюс международные стандарты, мы рекомендуем обязательно использовать международный стандарт валютные курсовые разницы однозначно, и чтобы курсовую разницу урегулировать на микроуровне, на уровне предприятий, пусть государственной формы собственности, чтобы курсовая разница не ложилась не увеличивала долг страны перед финансовыми организациями. Таким образом, получается, снова мы реформируем параллельно налоговую систему. В налоговой системе мы преследуем фискальную функцию пополнения бюджета. Мы хотим увеличить количество поступлений в бюджет, но реформируя налоговую систему и тем самым увеличивая госдолг за счет того, что мы кредитуем предприятия государственной формы собственности, мы, соответственно, никакого эффекта экономического для улучшения бюджета не добиваемся на данный момент, вот в этой части. Проанализировав деятельность предприятий, которые подчиняются только одному министерству, Получились такие результаты. Из 500 предприятий подчиняются одному министерству. Из них 10% являются прибыльными. Все остальные либо рентабельны, доходы равны расходам, либо убыточны. Снова убыточных всех этих предприятий она ложится бременем на бюджет Украины. Поэтому относительно предприятий государственного сектора экономики Украины на самом деле реформирование очень актуально, очень своевременно поднято. И за последние 6 месяцев уже достигнуты достаточно высокие результаты. В Министерстве экономики и инфраструктуры Украины сегодня создана специальная рабочая группа. Есть заместитель министра, который занимается только реформированием государственных предприятий. Поэтому учетное регулирование этих экономических вопросов сегодня тоже стоит очень остро. Отчетность, которая составляется сегодня государственными предприятиями, она непрозрачна, конечно, она очень-очень малодостоверна. Показатели, которые формируются в отчетности предприятий государственной формы собственности, они просто формируются, потому что нужно на последнее число месяца сделать отчет, не более того, к сожалению. То есть есть определенные крупные компании, которые формируют показатели отчетности, скажем, либо по политическим соображениям, либо потому что нужно какие-то показатели скрыть, и сегодня для этого есть возможности у этих предприятий. Поэтому мы стоим на пути реформирования, чтобы все операции, абсолютно все операции по государственным предприятиям перевести в электронный документооборот в стране. Уже сегодня создан сайт, называется Prozoro.ua. Через этот сайт проходят государственные закупки уже в течение 3 недель. То есть только его запустили, это стартовый сайт, то есть это первый шаг к прозрачности деятельности государственных компаний. Следующим шагом будут реформирование системы бухгалтерского учета как один из ключевых направлений развития и реформирования предприятий государственной формы собственности, чтобы формировать показатели в соответствии с тем, посмотреть на действительно финансовое состояние формы собственности, которая принадлежит государству. И большая работа ведется по сокращению количества предприятий. То есть на данный момент министром экономики является ваш земляк. Проанализировано по состоянию на июнь 2015 года 100 наиболее крупных предприятий государственной формы собственности Украины. Опять же, командой министерства. Топ-100 предприятий государственной формы собственности. По результатам этого анализа определены те предприятия, которые имеют крайне негативные показатели финансовой деятельности, показатели экономического развития, и поднят вопрос о либо приватизации, либо ликвидации таких предприятий, в любом случае, чтобы эти предприятия больше не принадлежали к бюджету Украины, соответственно, не будет дополнительных расходов на их поддержание, потому что где-то 50% точно этих предприятий, они либо убыточные и не настолько существенны для государства, насколько мы можем себе позволить их содержать. То есть очень много предприятий, которые просто существуют со старых времен, которыми никто не занимался, отчетность у них была непрозрачная и в большей части недостоверная. Поэтому сегодня у нас очень много в этом направлении и исследований проводится, и министерством ведется работа. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the presenter?
Спасибо. В корпоративный сектор, так я его называю, в корпоративном секторе сегодня, безусловно, на данный момент они пользуются только банковскими кредитами коммерческих банков, которые работают на территории Украины. Но, опять же, Министерством экономики и инфраструктуры сегодня очень активно развивается направление, где они были в последнее время, Венгрия, приглашали в Венгрию, по некоторым странам на кредитование этими странами бизнеса. Проблема очень большая, потому что очень высокий кредит и очень высокие требования к приватному сектору. Поэтому года два практически частный бизнес не берет кредиты на развитие. Это очень высокие риски. А в связи со всеми событиями, которые сложились, риски еще увеличились, потому что потеряно много рынков, бизнес-связей, и восстановить, отдавать кредит по таким процентам стало крайне сложно. То есть практически кредитование бизнеса остановлено. Последний пик кредитования бизнеса, вот когда нормально бизнес развивался, позволял себе брать кредиты, скажем так, это было до 2013 где-то года. Потом резкое сокращение кредитования бизнеса произошло не по причине отказа банков, а прежде всего по причине, возможно, невозвратности со стороны предприятий. Были большие риски и высокие проценты. Это проблема номер один, это кредитование как физических лиц, так и юридических лиц частного бизнеса сегодня в Украине. Все хотят дешевых кредитов для того, чтобы развиваться, но на сегодняшний день, к сожалению, огромному мы этого себе не можем позволить. Спасибо.
More questions? Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. And the next presenter is Dainius Balunas, the PhD student and lecturer of Business Department, Faculty of Economics, Vilnius University. The presentation is titled Innovative Strategic Initiatives in Persons Business Elaboration. Dainius, the floor is yours.
University, the Faculty of Economics, and today I have here a few professors, which I would like thank you very much, Professor Maria Kučinskienė, Professor Mackevičius. Also thanks everyone for coming. So after graduation, I spent practically already I'm spending more than 15-16 years in business, mainly in retail and retail consulting. And together with Aurelia, we decided to analyze and to do a little bit audit on business processes. And the core our findings I will present you tonight, and I will ask you to participate in the discussion. And if you have anything to ask, to tell, just feel free during presentation to comment. Okay, so our main task was to evaluate in general managerial principles in the businesses, how the management is organized, also analyze the methods and especially practice what is today we are meeting in every company, especially in Lithuania. As you know, like foreign companies which we have here in Lithuania, Philip Morris or Kraft Jacobs or McDonald's, they are working according to their own standards, but more than 90% of our local companies, they are still working according their standards, management standards, as they understand it. Also, we evaluated and we tried to offer some solutions and supply some decisions for theoretical model for Lithuanian companies as we think on. So where is the audit? Maybe you can ask, because this is audit conference. So we had also some audits. So we have Excel sheet. So all audit companies, I think they are using that one. So, but we put in that Excel sheet, we put business processes, we put the resources, tools and activities, we put internal, external customers, and we put the after-sales activities or comments. So the first of all, we audited the processes. So Aurelia did in insurance companies, I did in retail and wholesale sector in Lithuania. Then we evaluated the importance, and we found out that mainly all companies, as we remember from the first grades of university, that every company must have input and output, okay? So to the inputs, we thought that main inputs, we will talk about the supply, and when we analyze outputs, we will talk about sales, some marketing, and we will talk about relations in the market, about the customers. Okay, the next issue, what we checked force field analysis. We checked what kind of forces of change are coming from the markets and what we are having in the companies when we meet the force of change. So the first of all, as we see, it's quite important, the first two, the loss of staff over time, the staff tightening of new technologies. So it's coming so that we are having new technologies, especially in some older cases. When I started during my practice work in Lithuanian Airlines, and when we were introducing new IT system, it's called BAPS, British Airways Business System. So from 60 employees working in IT department, immediately the same day, 30 of them signed the paper to leave the company. So in generally, it's still existing, that issue that some, especially older people or middle-aged people or managers, they are afraid of innovations, they are afraid of new technologies because they are losing the importance in the company. Okay? So also we evaluated the force field analysis. So according to the traditional check, if we are checking how the company is managed and what is happening in the companies, so usually we're having some departmentations by the tasks, we're having some connections and relationships, we're having some divisions of the work, we are dividing the responsibilities, we are having some process of the delegation in normal management company, and then we have in the end some structure, the line structure, matrix structure, or it depends on the organization of the company. The theory is telling so. So when we are coming to the theoretical managerial functions, so we see that the main responsibilities are planning, organizing, staffing, directing, controlling, representing, innovating, and initiating. So the two of them are quite important because innovating and initiating will be impossible because the company usually is based on voluntary principle, and no one is going to be a manager of the company as the, how to say, army soldier, because the voluntary principle in the business is today everywhere. So how to innovate if you don't want to do that? How to initiate if you don't want to do that? And if we have two main processes, sales and purchase, so purchase, we are thinking how to get the materials at the best cost. So still there is a question if the middle manager is interested in profitable growth of the company. So in general, when we put down all issues, I just translated the core issue, voluntarism and involvement, to today is the core issue in every private business company. So that's what we analyzed in our article. So what do we came through and what is happening here? If we are comparing to other countries and if we are comparing the management strategies, for example, in US, Japan or UK or Lithuania, everywhere we have some cultural differences. But when we check, for example, internet web pages like Amazon.com or Alibaba.com, we just feel that there is only one difference, is the language. But when we speak about the management solutions, for example, in the United States, it's very common that the top manager is coming together with the middle manager to solve some questions, what is not common, for example, in United Kingdom or Lithuania. So still we have some differences in that. But when we come to the company level and when we analyze the companies, so as I mentioned in the beginning, so the first of all, we have the input, then we have the output. So on one side, we have supplier relationship, so it means we have some supplier side. On another side, we have the customer. So today, the customer mainly, not 100%, but maybe in some Lithuanian companies, more than 20–30% of the turnovers are today in web businesses. So customer relationship is quite simply solved, but still there is no solution how to do that with supplier relationship, because it's also very important when we come to the management issues and when we come to the strategic decisions in the company. So traditional sales systems are not so well integrated because mostly I can tell that maybe half of Lithuanian companies are based on that model, that they are producing what is most effective to produce. If they are buying raw material, wood, or if they are buying some raw material, oil or anything, so they are buying at the lowest prices and they are producing the middle class product, and then they are coming to the question how to produce good product when you have bad raw materials. So the planning lacks coordination, and the organization in general is having problems with human resources because product development, IT issues, some resource planning, product just in time, and if you contact some companies, if you write an email to order some furniture or some Windowses, so it can take maybe 2 or 3 weeks that someone will send you back an email for your request. So in generally, IT systems, ERP systems, enterprise resource planning systems, they are not working, and the question is why? So material management is the question. So the solution and the model, what we're thinking when we are having customer relationship management, when we are having supply relationship management, so the DSS, decision support system, must be solved in that way that both sides will be connected. So generally, we need to have the connector. So, for example, how the new company, retail company, is doing Lidl. Maybe you know the company from Western countries. It's food retail chain. So if we compare that company to typical Lithuanian company, so they don't have a purchase manager who is involved very actively in purchase process, because they are having the some decision support system where they are having special requirements for special products, and they are having the delivery systems to the customers, to the network. So in generally, there are no responsibilities which can break down the whole process. So in that meaning, the decision support systems, they must be used today in our local companies. So if you will check in internet, and if you will check, for example, I took one product, it can be Oracle, it can be Aris, it can be any other product. So I found one of the old ones, it's 2006. I don't want to show the most modern ones, but even from 2006, there was already inside the IT solutions, in ERP solutions, there was network analysis, customer application level, shortest path, tracing, within distant analysis, minimum cost, spanning tree, nearest neighbor. So everything was already done, but still it's not used. Why it's not used? Because the problem of culture. Why I need to let in the IT system to solve my questions? Because I will not be useful for the company. So this is our mind, this is our mentality, and that mentality is still existing. So the conclusion and the main points. So the first and most important issue, that organizations must be self-organized from inside, and that inside is based on the shareholders, on the CEO, how they would like to that organization to look. As I call with Aurelia, it must be management without management, like management human resources. It will be management with DSS, decision support system, which will let the company to work more properly and more effective. So the secondly, innovation is starting from the markets. Innovation is starting from the social networks. Innovation is starting from the customers. The customers are triggering an innovation, and then innovation is coming to the companies. Maybe 5 or 6 years ago, it was very difficult to imagine that all Lithuanian insurance market will be based on web. And today, I am coming to the web page, entering my car plates, and I am getting insurance in 2 minutes. Previously, we had, I don't know how many insurance brokers, insurance agents, and so on. So market triggered companies to change, and there was no possibilities for middle class management to stop it, because the market influenced that. So organizations should begin by creating the team cultures, by creating the team spirits, which will allow to communicate on daily basis to the customers, which will create the networks, which will create the blogging systems. On daily basis, you can comment the company's work and company's responsibilities. Thirdly, it must be mentioned that all efforts and money can be used more effectively when we will have DSS system, and that system will lead us to buy licenses where we need to have the license, to look the best know-how in the markets, what are already created, but not to stop inside the company and to create problems for serving the customers. So during the innovation implementation process, we are having the next question, how to create the control tools and methods, and I think that we'll discuss and we'll have more, maybe 1 or 2 articles together with Aurelia, how to do that, how to create the control methods locally there for Lithuanian companies to work more effectively, and how to find the key answer questions to the supply and to the customer links, to link them with the middle management, but without management as human resources. So thanks for attention and maybe some questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience? No, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next presentation, please. Professor Dr. Maria Kuczynski, Vilnius University, report integrated approach towards assessment of public management institution activity.
Dear colleagues, I am Maria Kuczynski, and today I would like to say welcome to the conference which was organized by Faculty of Economics, Accounting and Audit Department, which celebrates its 70th anniversary. And I say thank you for the invitation to participate here. Thank you, Professor Lakis. Thank you, Rasa Subachini. Thank you, Professor Mackevičius. I would like to briefly represent the main aspects of our research on the topic of integrated approach towards assessment on public management institutions activities. So, the research pointing to the analysis of company business processes or business activities or business operations assessment and changes in the business environment in the context of strategic management. The aim is to reveal how analytic techniques of companies' performance and valuation and their successful adaptation of analytic techniques can improve competitive advantage, can create added value, business value, and can meet customers' needs more efficiently. We focused on how business process activities, assessment techniques in private sector can be used for public sector in order to ensure public service quality. In the context of strategic management, business activities can be evaluated in holistic approach. Creation of benefit or added business value for organization and customers' expectation satisfaction. As it was seen in the previous picture, sorry. In this preview picture, a strategic alignment can be implemented by using the balance scorecard and other techniques. For example, improvement methods, Six Sigma, Lean, provided a solid performance improvement framework, abbreviation, define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. Utilizing the balance scorecard in information may be financial or non-financial. Six Sigma and other methods resulted the activity efficiency. For example, if the utilization of the balance scorecard has led to increase of net margin by 236%. Six Sigma reduced the risk score in moderate sedation from 12 to 5. In this context, I would like to recall what was said Professor Mackevičius, our guru of accounting and audit in Lithuania, maybe in another countries. As I recall, you will see that in a number of ways, management accounting is quite different from other forms of accounting. And high performance would be achieved if the separation of the company's business operations analysis as an independent type of governance would improve the management of accounting information use in the analytic studies of production resources, production scale, marketing management system, and other elements. The results shows how analytic tools can improve the efficiency of private sector. Such tools can be adapted in public administration institutions, state or municipal enterprises, associations, and other institutions to ensure customer expectations by providing the high-quality services. In addition, the integrated approach will help to improve the quality of public sector. By adapting balanced scorecard in public sector, the main differences were met in customers and learning paths. The model of assessment and implementation of strategic management principles could answer into the question how we can meet the stakeholder needs and expectations through the communications abilities. While observing the public sector quality management methods development, this figure 1 and figure 2, the most popular method was found, and it still remains, single window principle. And the such models as excellence model and lean and Six Sigma receive little attention. In addition, the balanced scorecard system has been installed in less than 10% of public administration institutions. Although theorists and practitioners are to focus more on the balanced scorecard performance evaluation tool. It is important to notice that there is a gap in the public administration institutions between the intention to install and the actual situation in recent years. As it's seen from the research, the excellent model, CAAF model, Lean Six Sigma, and others, and ISO 14001 were less popular in the actual implementation, and it's important to understand the reason of reduced the problem. And so I would like to conclude and say, currently developed public administration or institution assessments methodology involves a comprehensive assessment. However, based on the results of studies, the performance evaluation balance scorecard methods are not fully applied, unified and integrated in the public sector. Public services are highly differentiated. So in order to improve the customer satisfaction, it is appropriate to conduct studies to identify comprehensive performance assessment methodology, adaptation options in a different public service organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, please.
Yes, first. Will be better balance scorecard. Yes. Privalumai. Todėl kad we could include financial and non-financial information. For strategic management, will be better. If strategy, we must
join match.
Join with customer, with human resources, with internal process, operations, and we could help for shareholders.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. And now we have one more presenter, Dr. Darius Vaicekauskas, who will give a presentation titled Client-Oriented Audit Quality Criteria.
Good afternoon, dear conference participants. Let me introduce myself in short. My name is Darius Vaicekauskas. I'm a local guy from Vilnius University. I will review in short my research paper proposed for the conference. The paper is called Client-Oriented Audit Quality Criteria. It is widely accepted that the concept of service quality actually is nothing without the proper quality evaluation criteria. And due to the specifics of financial audit services and current audit failures, it is quite topical to question which quality criteria are most suitable within the context of audit services. And due to these statements, the aim of the research was set as twofold, divided to two goals. The first one was to set out client-oriented audit quality criteria, and this goal was achieved while using a scientific literature method and analysis of Lithuanian audit firms' external communication in their websites and internet. And the second one was to determine the relative importance of the criteria determined. And this goal was achieved using expert judgment method. Theoretically speaking, quality is often evaluated using multi-criteria models, and literature analysis disclosed that audit scientific field lacks conceptual criteria models, especially those addressing the needs and the expectations of audit clients. If we look at audit triangular system, we will see that there are actually three types of stakeholders interested in audit quality. That is audit firms, or just auditors, third parties, external users, audit clients, and internal users. Auditors, as well as the third parties, in audit quality assessments usually focus particularly on accuracy and reliability of auditor's report. However, the clients have direct interaction with auditors and perceive the quality of audit based on the expectations, first of all, and the second one is based on the actual perceived performance of auditors. As the research shows, clients, as well as audit firms, which promote their services publicly, perceived client-oriented audit quality within two dimensions. That is, the first dimension is audit value-added dimension. That means clients are looking for additional value during the provision of audit services. And the second one, clients focuses on the process of audit service provision. That is, how the audit is conducted, what is the behavior of audit engagement team, and involvement of different team members, and etc. And audit firms' external communication analysis in Lithuania shows that mainly local companies, local I mean by international audit companies, Big Four operating in Lithuania, and as well as smaller competitors, particularly based only in Lithuania. So mainly all the market of firms tend to emphasize 10 the most important quality criteria which they are offering during their services, during the provision of their audit services. In this picture you can see these audit characteristics which could be used as a criteria for the quality assessment. The criteria varies from such audit value added criterion as like business risk insights, communication on errors, to more performance based criteria like good relationships with the client, good working atmosphere, or perceptions of the competence of audit teams, or just like image of auditors. And these criteria are also desirable by the clients, and they are accessible for the clients. That means the client don't have to know audit, don't have to know auditing standards, audit methodology in order to assess those criteria. And they are directly oriented to clients' perceptions. In order to evaluate the criteria, the conceptual framework which was determined during the literature and external communication analysis, a group of experts were formed to assess the appropriateness of the criteria and their possible usage in quality assessment in audit firms, let's say. And 8 experts were employed. Mainly those experts are from international audit firms, practitioners, having experience in audit field from 6 to 19 years. They are currently either audit group managers or partners, certified auditors. And their opinions was measured using Kendall concordance correlation coefficient with 95% of reliability, and by using a chi-square test. The table presented contains experts' rankings on the criteria, Each criterion has its own calculated weight. If we sum all the weights, we will have a total value of 1. And the criteria in the table are presented in descending order from most important criteria accordingly to group of experts, the least important criterion. From the table it can be seen that 3 audit criteria, that is insights on business risks, communication on errors, and recommendations on internal control, these are the most important within the framework. The least important criteria are good working relationships with the client, recommendations on accounting and taxations free of charge. We can conclude that the results of group evaluation imply that auditors should focus first of all on inherent and control risks more in deep assessment during the audit in order to have an observations and recommendations in the fields of business risks, in the field of internal communication, internal control communication. And less efforts should be focused on free of charge consulting related with tax, with financial accounting. And we can conclude that experts' evaluations and the estimates are agreed accordance to Kendall concordance coefficient testing, and this criteria model can be used for audit quality assessments within the audit firm, or just can be used as a general framework basis for our, let's say, more in detail adapted quality evaluation models. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? You don't have. Thank you, Darius, very much for your presentation. This presentation is the last one, so I would like, in the name of the organizers of the conference, to thank you for participation in this conference. Thank you for watching us. And now we are waiting you for dinner at 17:30 at the same place where we had our lunch. I hope you enjoy your stay in Vilnius, and see you this evening as well as tomorrow in tomorrow's activities. Thank you very much.